Good morning, it's 8 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Dubai authorities are warning residents about the gold jewelry scam. According to local reports, fraudsters are advertising gold at unusually low prices on social media to attract buyers. Victims are somehow thinking that the deals are appearing genuine to them. However, they often receive fake or low-quality gold or nothing at all. Officials are urging buyers to deal only with trusted jewelers and avoid offers that seem too good to be true. Consumer prices rose in South Korea by over 2% in March, driven mainly by higher oil prices. And according to reports, the increase was linked to rising global energy costs and the ongoing tensions in the Middle East. Petroleum prices saw the biggest jump, with fuel costs rising sharply compared to last year. Core inflation, which excludes food and energy, also increased, showing broader price pressure in the economy. Oil prices surged after comments from the U.S. President Donald Trump on Iran conflict. According to reports, Brent and U.S. crude both jumped nearly 5% following his speech. Brent crude rose to around $106 a barrel, while the U.S. West Texas Intermediate moved above $103. The gains came as President Trump signaled continued military action, raising concern about supply disruptions. Analysts say fears over the Strait of Hormuz and global supply are driving volatility in oil markets. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more. Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
This is the morning drive. Next up, we're talking investments, but where do diamonds belong in an investment portfolio is a question to answer. Is the diamond market just for the ultra wealthy? And also, lab-grown diamonds are on the rise. So does that mean that natural stones are under pressure? Lots of questions to put to our guest. Rodion Kazanzenko is the founder and CEO of Magnat Family, DMCC. He's something of a diamond expert, has insight into both the natural and the lab-grown markets. Rodion, it's good to meet you.
Thank you for inviting, and good morning.
It's good to have you here. Now, your firm, Magnat Family, operates both Magnat Fine Jewelry, which is the natural stuff, and seed jewelry, which is the lab-grown stuff.
Yes.
There's a distinction there. Could you simplify that, the differences between the two to begin with, just for people listening that aren't into the diamond world?
Yeah, we have two jewelry brands. One who operates natural diamonds, and another one lab-grown diamonds. It's totally different, things.
Mm-hmm.
Natural we offer to our clients like an investment, not just a beautiful thing, just a daily jewelry. It's like a real financial tool, because with some specific characteristics you can save and increase your capital.
Okay.
But if we're talking about lab-grown diamonds, it's a very good option for those who want to look on $1 million but don't want to spend $1 million.
Okay.
Yes, and it's absolutely same mineral, 100% carbon, with same chemical, physical, optical characteristics, and the main difference is only value. Lab-grown diamonds doesn't have any value. It's just for enjoying every day.
Okay, but they look and they sparkle and they appear...
Totally same, yes, totally same. And we do the same quality of jewelry for both of brands. Of course, with lab-grown diamonds, we have more creativity. We can make some special diamond cuts. We can make some interesting designs. And if we're talking about natural, it's more like a classic, something like timeless, which was actual 100 years ago and will be actual after 100 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, my perception of diamonds is that, for an engagement ring, I'm supposed to spend a month's salary which I think was De Beers or whoever it was at that time.
It's
still a perception, I think.
It's kind of a rule that you should spend 3 of your salaries on an engagement reel.
You don't say that out loud. Just stick with 1 because you're scaring
It depends on the salary, you know.
Yeah, I suppose so. How did the 2 different assets? I mean, a natural stone can clearly fit into an investment portfolio, certainly as a store of value, I would guess.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say that there is a very big false stereotype about natural diamonds, that all of them are valuable. No, that's not like
It's not true.
Yes, it's not true.
Okay.
Only 20% of natural diamonds can be used in jewelry, and only 3% of the 20% diamonds which are used in jewelry can be used like an investment. So they are very rare, and it's very specific kind of characteristics. Only, like, on my opinion, the best investment is fancy, vivid color diamonds, especially pink or blue.
Right.
For example, people can mine them once in 2-3 years. So they're extremely rare.
It's a really scarce commodity, very rare commodity. Yeah. Okay, I understand that. So my perception would be that if I was to become a serious diamond investor, it's a very high entry
Yes,
point.
Unfortunately, it's very high entry point, and all other people who are talking that you can buy 1 carat round diamond, flawless, and it will be an investment. No, that's not true. Because after lab-grown diamonds started to shake market, natural diamonds goes down each week. I'm I'm working on Diamonds Exchange for 11 years. I'm a member of Dubai Diamonds Exchange, of a lot of other exchanges, and I see all these prices. They're going down each Friday. Like Rappaport is renewing, and we see what's going on. So if you want to invest, you shouldn't go to boutique or some big brands or some jewelry stores. You should go direct to diamond brokers, to diamond exchange companies who can provide you direct source of the real and rare stones. Or, of course, you can go to some auctions, Sotheby's, Christie's, and find there something pretty rare and valuable.
Okay, and that's if you're looking from an investment perspective. So hence why you say it's 3 months' salary now, because you can get a better diamond than you could a few years ago.
Yeah, but it can save some part of your money if we're talking about just an engagement ring or some good quality natural stone, but it wouldn't go up. We're talking about situation right now. Maybe after 5 years something will change, who knows? But now diamond market looks like this.
Well, I can imagine, but the supply of natural stones is finite. I mean, there's only a certain amount that we could mine.
Yes, and why colorless and small stones are going down? Because lab-grown diamonds, like, they're changing, they're taking their place. And there is no sense to buy some small stones and invest or just pay a huge amount. You can pay 10 times smaller amount and have absolutely same quality product.
And as you say, you can look $1 million without having to spend $1 million.
Yes.
How does I'm interested? I know very little. I'm aware that there are natural stones, there are lab-grown stones. How do you grow a carbon-based entity like a diamond?
Yes, there's two ways how you can grow diamond: CVD and HPHT. HPHT is a procedure which, absolutely same how it grows in the earth. High pressure and high temperature.
Okay.
CVD, it's chemical vapor procedure, and it's more controlled by people. So we use CVD because we can make best quality. For example, I can say that lab-grown diamonds were used in industrial all the time, and in last 5 years they became mainstream because people understood how to make top quality lab-grown diamonds. That diamonds which looks absolutely same like investment quality of natural diamonds. And it's a new opportunity for consumers to enjoy the beautiful diamonds.
Okay. Let's get back to investing. How does diamond investing compared to, given where we are now, the uncertain times economically, it's a tougher time at the moment. But how does diamond investing compare to other hard assets or gold, for example?
To be honest, I don't like to compare diamonds like an investment tool with something else.
Okay.
Why? Because for my opinion, diamonds is like a anti-crisis tool. It's your safety tool, because when we have some difficult situation in politics, economics, or even like we have here in Dubai or in my home country in Ukraine.
Sure.
Yeah. What will you take with you if you need to leave country? You wouldn't take your gold because it's too heavy. You wouldn't take your cars or houses. Your bank accounts will be frozen. Your business will stop. So what we have? Only diamonds. This is the smallest type of value concentration in the world. There is nothing like diamonds which can concentrate millions and millions of dollars in 1 centimeter.
It's a good point, because when you were saying that there, you said you don't like to compare it to gold, and I was thinking, well, it is, in a way, it's a safe haven investment in the same way as gold, but I hadn't considered the weight issue.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah, it's very easy to transport from one country to another country, and the concentration of value is insane. Like there is no tools which can concentrate such a huge amounts in something such a small. And so, for my opinion, diamonds is more like a diversification tool. Like all wealthy men should have like different
to make
assets.
sure that you have lots of different,
something in gold, something in diamonds, something in other tools, and diamonds, it's one of them. It's long-term investment. It's not short-term investment, and like you can't buy it and resell for like
it's
bigger amount.
You would trade.
No. For trade, you should be like me, to work on diamond exchange and.
You should be doing the lab-grown stuff and the jewelry and all. I understand. But what characteristics make a diamond really investment grade? You mentioned earlier, rare colors. But what else? Is
only the rarest pieces can be a real investment.
Right.
It's fancy color diamonds, which are not white. You have another color, and only two colors: intense and vivid.
Okay.
It's like most beautiful color which we can see in colored diamonds, and they're the rarest. It can be pink, blue, red, green, sometimes yellow, but only vivid. So like mostly it's about color diamonds.
Yeah. Okay.
Colorless diamonds we can use only like huge rocks, like.
Bigger the better.
Like 20, 30, 50, 100 karat. But of course, it should be very high color and high clarity.
Right.
If you will buy some 100 karat, K SI2, it wouldn't be an investment. It will look bad and it wouldn't save your money. But if we're talking about a high combination of characteristics, it's also rare. So the key point in diamond investment is the rareness of the stone.
Gotcha.
Of course, you should buy it from a right source. If you will go to, some reseller who will ask me to find this diamond, you will have some middlemen and extra value, and it wouldn't be an investment.
I was going to ask you about that. When it comes to, you need to buy in diamonds from a trusted broker, obviously, but there is a certification level necessary, I'm sure.
For diamonds, of course, it should be GA certified.
Right.
Yeah. And it should be, as you mentioned, trusted seller, because now one of the biggest issue of the market is unprofessional traders who doesn't know what they're selling. And because of this, we have this false stereotypes that all diamonds are valuable. They can sell you 3 karat stone and tell it's best investment for you. But I'm working with my clients, honestly, I can sell them lab-grown diamonds from my lab-grown brand seed jewelry. I can sell them natural diamond from Magnat Fine Jewelry, but I will tell them that it's not a direct investment. It's just your preference. If you want natural, okay, use them, like for your personal But if we're talking about investment, it's really high entry point, and you should work only with trusted sellers, and don't look just on the websites or images, because now you can make any image easily.
Yeah, for sure. No,
you should speak with people in this market and have some recommendations, and to understand who is this person in a real. Because
the common sense logic here is, this is your money, this is an investment decision, and this is a very high entry point, high value entry to investment as well. So due diligence and research.
Yeah, it's very close market, and everyone knows each other who is on a top level.
You're based here in Dubai.
Yep.
Dubai is the world's largest diamond trading hub. DMCC have just moved to join the Natural Diamond Council. What does that mean for the confidence of people that come to you, want to become private diamond investors, if they're worried about the long-term kind of resale value of stones that have been mined? What does this decision, this move mean?
Of course, Dubai Diamonds Exchange, now it's number one in the world.
Yes.
And it's number one not only for, I don't know how to say it, for quantity, for selling quantity.
Okay.
Yeah, it's number one for people who is working on this market, because now we have here everyone, as you mentioned, World Diamond Council, GAA is based here. All the top biggest companies, biggest names are here, and we're talking about trust for this market. So, if you are looking to buy something in Dubai, it's right decision.
Okay.
You can say like this.
Because we are known as a hub of so many different things, but we're also a diamond trading hub now. What effect have lab-grown diamonds had on the pricing of natural stones? You mentioned a little bit about that earlier on. There's been how much of an effect has there been in real terms?
Already minus 30%. Natural diamonds since 2024 dropped on 30%.
30% in less than 2 years.
Yes, and no one talking about it. That's why I told that we're working honestly with our clients. If you will go to some jewelry store, jewelry boutique, jewelry brand, they have same prices which were 2 years ago, and no one will tell you that prices are going down.
I'll be honest with you, it's a market that I don't follow. It's not something I consider really, and I had no idea.
I'm speaking with a lot of clients each day, and I understand which information they have. They think that everything fine, everything good, and natural diamonds will grow each year, and each stone is valuable.
Okay.
This is a big problem of the market, because there is no open information. To find some information about this market, you should work a lot. You should ask a lot of people and make a good research. And even while you will do this research, you can find not true information, because those people who just want to make money. But we want our clients feel the benefits of owning diamonds, even natural or lab-grown diamonds, because it's natural diamonds, it's for investment. Lab-grown diamonds, it's for enjoying.
Generally speaking,
yes.
Yeah, okay. Do lab-grown diamonds hold? Is there an investment value at all?
Nothing.
Nothing at all.
No, that's zero. After purchasing, it's zero. Just like a jewelry piece, for gold and a little bit for design.
Okay.
10-20% it can save for that money which you sell.
Okay, so you can design a diamond, I guess, almost to order in terms of cut, clarity, color.
We can do. Yeah, we can do any shape of diamond. For example, we have diamond in the shape of Ukrainian map. We have diamond in the shape of flamingo body, toucan beak, wing of parrot, wing of human bird, a lot of different interesting things. And it's about creativity, and you can make it easily. And you shouldn't pay hundreds, thousands of dollars. Wow. It will cost a little bit in comparing with natural diamonds.
Okay, so I don't know if I can make a price comparison. Let's take a reasonable
let's
quality
compare
1 carat natural stone.
Yeah.
To a 1 carat
lab grown. That's not the best.
Okay.
Yeah, I can tell, for example, like vivid color diamonds, which I told are a real investment. In natural, it will cost millions of dollars. Yeah? For example, $2 million. Okay. In lab-grown diamond, I can sell the same in $20,000.
It's a huge difference.
Yeah, it's thousands of percent. Yeah.
So I could look like I'm worth more than 20 dirhams. That's
and
remarkable.
You will look absolutely the same. And if you're driving a Rolls Royce, no one will think that you're using like lab-grown diamond or something like this, you know. And a lot of people do like this. They buy lab-grown diamonds and they're mixing with natural diamonds. And our clients also, we're working 11 years on this market and have a lot of Ukrainian clients, wealthy Ukrainian clients. And they have good collections of natural diamonds. But since 2023, when we started to work with lab-grown diamonds, they started to mix with lab-grown diamonds.
And you're starting to see that more and more.
Yeah.
People mixing and matching. I guess that just enhances...
Yeah, and no one can find the difference. Even like gemologist or some expert, even myself, no one can do this. Only in laboratory you can understand which is natural, which is lab-grown diamond.
Okay. Even those people with those
the
things in their eyes.
If he will tell that I see the difference, he's lying.
Really?
Yes.
It's that advanced?
Yes.
I've learned a great deal from you this morning, I have to say. The thing is, in this case, it's the flaws in the natural diamond or those tiny, tiny flaws. Is that a perception of more value? Because that's the way they're going to stand out, aren't they? I'm trying to understand the relationship, because if you can make a perfect lab-grown diamond and it's the same in every way, it's carbon, it's...
but natural diamonds will finish someday, yeah? Because of this, they have some value, and it's very difficult to mine like top-quality diamond.
But if you can't tell the difference...
Yeah, I mean, like, you can't mine a lot of fancy vivid diamonds. Like, you can find one in 2 years. But if we're talking about lab-grown diamonds, you can, like, create 10, 20, 30, 50 a month, how much as you want, how many as you want. And because of this, we have the difference in value, which is difficult to create. It has a value.
Okay. So in this market, investors need to make their decisions very, very carefully.
Yep.
Yeah. Which regions are driving demand and influencing prices?
If we're talking about consumers, it's, of course, USA. Like, they're the main consumers of any type of diamonds. But if we're talking about producing, that's India. Because like 70-80% of producing diamonds, it's concentrated in India. Like, mining is Africa, but producing, when you mine a diamond, you should cut it.
Yeah, sure.
And 70-80% of all the diamonds in the world are cut in India because of very low prices.
Really? Oh, okay, that makes sense. I was under the impression it was. I thought it was Belgium, actually.
No, Europe is
not there at all.
Now it's done. I can say like this.
Wow.
Yeah. Belgium, London, Israel. We also worked with a lot of diamond exchanges all over the world. But now, like, main it's Dubai, like a trading hub. And if we're talking about producing, it's India.
It's remarkable. Final question for you, and I had to look this up. And I'm going to ask you to put two stones side by side. If you had to put your own money into a stone for as a relatively long-term investment, let's say a decade, let's say 10 years, what are you choosing? Natural, round, brilliant, or really high-spec, lab-grown, fancy color?
No way. No, you can't
Always
ask me
natural.
this after our conversation.
No,
because,
I know.
Yeah,
But it is always natural stones. isn't
Yes, always natural.
it? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. It is. I really enjoyed talking to you. I say that to a lot of people, but I really do mean that. Rodion Kazanzenko is the founder and CEO, Magnat Family DMCC, a diamond expert. Learning this morning. Rodion, thank you.
Thank you for inviting.
Appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM. It's the Morning Drive.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
Good morning. It's 8:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Dubai authorities are warning residents about a gold jewelry scam. Local media reports fraudsters are advertising gold at unusually low prices on social media to attract buyers. The deals somehow appear genuine to victims. However, on purchases, they often receive fake or low-quality gold or nothing at all. Officials are urging buyers to deal only with trusted jewelers and avoid offers that seem too good to be true. Oil prices surged after comments from U.S. President Donald Trump on Iran conflict. According to reports, Brent and U.S. crude both jumped nearly 5% following his speech. Crude rose to around $106 a barrel, while the U.S. West Texas Intermediate moved above $103. The gains came as President Trump signaled continued military action, raising concerns about supply chains. Analysts say fears over the Strait of Hormuz and global supply are driving volatility in oil markets. Now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin today is trading at $66,548. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.38 Indian rupees, 76.22 Pakistani rupees, 33.48 Bangladeshi taka, 16.50 Philippine peso, 14.57 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.86 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
It's the morning drive. The UAE's creative industry is, well, it's tough times, essentially. Geopolitical tensions, economic pressure, and also shifting client priorities, reshaping film, reshaping advertising and content production. So the future of storytelling as a business is something I'm going to ask my next guest about, and he is Amar Galal. He's a film director and a producer. He's a man in touch with creatives of all shapes and sizes here in the UAE. You may have heard him recently on Crossroads, our Friday afternoon entertainment media show and podcast as well, with David Tully and Dima Magase from Middlesex University. Amar, it's a warm welcome back. Nice to see you.
Oh, thank you, Tom. Thank you for having me.
Good to have you here. So you've been very active on LinkedIn recently, posting about job prospects for creative workers, creative types affected by the situation just now. Give me an idea, if you can, just of how much the tensions in the region have impacted and are impacting the creative industry, film, advertising, promotions, production.
In short,
Yeah.
massive impact, I would say.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it is,
Yeah.
for sure. It's the whole chain got affected. So you have, like in advertising, for example, we have client, and then you have creative agencies, production houses, and definitely the freelance creative community, which is the foundation of the whole industry as well. And project got canceled, things on hold, which we don't know until when it's on hold, which means at the moment it's canceled in a way, and it's affecting everything. There's no payments for the freelance community at the moment. There's no income, I would say. And at the same time, there's no project. There's no upcoming project. There's no calendar, like a clear vision on a calendar or something. So
It's the uncertainty, isn't it? That
of course it is, 100%.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to creative advertising and entertainment.
And of course, Dubai is a hub for, in particular, the advertising.
100%.
The center in this region, for sure.
100%. It's one of the most important cities or countries, even in that domain. And moreover, in entertainment and events as well, which is related to advertising because they're all connected in a way. So, yeah, of course.
No, I know the tentacles, they reach, don't they? So, look, we asked you here today really because you're really in touch well, I think you are anyway, the kind of the heartbeat of the creative community. That's where you know, it's your ecosystem, that's where you kind of exist. And we've seen this shift in the last few weeks. Brand campaigns paused, postponements, film sets are adjusting to new realities. With oil at the price it is, one of the first things to go, you know, when there's a situation like this, is marketing budgets are trimmed, of course. Is the industry in a state of shock, or are we seeing a more calculated kind of rebriefing phase? Because there are so many projects on hold, potentially cancelled. Who knows when it's going to come back?
I think both.
Okay.
There's part of it as a shock, and I think by now, because there have been like quite some time on the events and everything, we almost like past a month now. So it was a shock phase at the beginning, and then now a lot of people, they started to come to a reality that how we're going to adapt, how we're going to think about what's going on, and how we can still serve the market and do work, because at the end of the day, we're not going to be like canceled as talents. We need to work, we need to do things. So
and of course fewer job opportunities as well.
It's not much.
A lot fewer.
It's not much, to be honest. But still, I think when the brands client side start to adapt to the markets, the budgets start to adapt to the market, if this is like kind of a new norm, if we're going to act with it as a new norm for some while, things will start to move and opportunities will start to come. That's how I see it. Maybe in a different way, maybe in a different scale and budget and flexibility and turnover. We need also to adapt as talents, right? So we need to adapt in terms of budgets, and we need to adapt in terms of how we're going to execute the work. We need to be fast, because things are like on the move at the moment. You can't take that much time. You can't take a lot of time thinking about a concept, whatever. No, you need to be up running.
There needs to be a different approach, doesn't there? Because if brands and clients are more cautious with their messaging, they're more cautious with their spending, the upshot is, you know, creatives have to adapt to that. Unfortunately, that's just how that's
150%.
Yeah.
150%.
Do you think it's more of a slowdown? Do you think there's an aspect of reset in this, in that, you know, in terms of how creative work is produced and how people perceive the value of creative work?
Yeah, that will happen very soon, if it's not happening actually at the moment. And I think that will bring like even new formats and the new kind of advertising and marketing, you know. So this is going to happen, especially that I believe the game right now is a game of patience, actually. So we need to be patient and wait, and this is crucial for a lot of people. But at the same time, I think time like this will bring opportunity for independent creative agencies, for example, because they're more agile, they're more fast, they're smaller approval system, whatever it is, more than network agencies. And that will reflect on freelancers as well.
Well, hopefully, yeah. No, I can see the thinking there. I mean, we're in this kind of holding pattern at the moment, so it's affecting your traditional kind of advertising spend and film logistics. That's kind of understandable. So it wouldn't be a big surprise, would it, to see a turn towards the freelance community, maybe a leaner, maybe even a kind of more authentic storytelling kind of approach?
I think that will happen, because right now, with everything happening in the world in general, people, they need to connect more. So, like, for example, before that era, we used to see like a lot of AI work, for example. I believe they will continue a little bit because of the cutting costs and all that stuff. But again, I think the audience will be more happy to be connected in a human aspect. And this will actually reflect on the execution and what he said.
No, I mean, that makes sense. I was sat thinking about this last night. I mean, if you look historically, the times you're in are kind of reflected in advertising and promotional media, aren't they? So if times are, I don't know, there's a tension in the air, and it's undeniable at the moment, but some of the best art, some of the best storytelling, some of the best music tends to come from a time when, times are tighter. Yeah, from struggle. Exactly.
It comes from struggle, basically. Yeah.
It's just an interesting point to make, I think. So salaries and freelance rates are certainly affected at the moment.
Yeah.
Just something that Michael, producer of this show, pointed out the other day. ITP, Information and Technology Publishing Company, lots of magazines, lots of web presence, based here in Dubai. I've just moved to a 4-day work week. He's reading. Do you think that's a reflection of deeper pressure in sort of the media industry?
I think so, but it will also affect the process, the whole thing, because right now, for example, like approval. A process takes time, and now you narrow down the time to 4 days rather than 5 days. Lots of backlog as well in decisions and stuff. So I think that will affect a little bit the approval system, but not the productivity, because at the end of the day, I think everybody right now, they want to work, not to overthink. I need to wake up in the morning doing something, like even if you gave me a vacation right now or a time off, I'm not going to enjoy it because I'll be like on the news or overthinking stuff or whatever. So I need to keep myself busy.
Well, I think particularly in like the creative industry, overthinking is the enemy of flow, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, it kind of gets in the way of the creative process. What do you think about 4-day weeks? Because there's reams of research about working maybe more intensively for 4 days and having more time to, reflect and react and relax, if you like. Do you think you can improve productivity and creativity in the creative field by working, 4 days rather than the 5? Just honest opinion. I know I put you on the spot a little bit there, Amar. I apologize, but
no,
I just wonder.
Honestly, I don't think so.
No?
Yeah, but like I said, and this is how I feel even personally right now, when we reach weekends, it's not weekends anymore, so I'm not relaxed. I would rather keep myself busy and doing stuff and being productive, because if I'm free for like 3-4 days a week, I'll start going down, slowing down, even like mentally and emotionally. Keep thinking,
ticking,
rather than being more creative. So, but if you spin the wheel, it's going.
Yeah, fair enough.
So just push me there, and I'll swim. That's fine. This is how we all feel right now.
Just keep rolling you down the hill.
Exactly. Keep rolling me.
Look, the creative economy in the UAE is built on this huge network of freelancers, of editors, directors of photography, stylists, DJs, whatever it is. What do we need to do you think, to protect that creative capital during a downturn, so that we don't start losing talent?
Yeah, 100%, which is one of the biggest problems, I would say, if it happens. Because, like I said earlier, it's the game of being patient right now, like how long this is going to last and how long I can last, actually, as a freelancer, for example, financially and on every other aspect. But I think part of what's going on right now that let us start to think about the freelance community in the sense of protection kind of thing. So, for example, there is no entity or organization or something that contain the freelancers together and maybe guide them through tough times.
Well, there are so many different freelancing licenses and entities.
I'm not talking about the license.
Entities. No, but I mean, they're kind of disparate groups, aren't they?
Yeah, of course. There's no an umbrella for the freelance community, like advertising, entertainment, film production, whatever it is. And for example, they don't have security funds. They don't have it's not easy to get a loan if you're self-employed or a freelancer. And maybe this is a door for a lot of them that got already payments but on hold from previous jobs right before the events, but they need something on the spot so they can push themselves a little bit further. So I think this is one of the things that we need to start think about at the moment from inside, by the way. I'm not talking about someone to come and do this. Us as a community, we need to think about those things. We need to be together in a way, because we walk in silos at the end of the day. We need to think how we protect that community within the inner circle first, And from the outside, I think, and I'm talking to brands more from the client side, I think this is the right time to choose working with independent, small, medium-sized creative agencies, for example, more with freelancers than the network agencies, I would say, because the network agencies, they can tolerate themselves during time like that, the huge corporate.
Yeah,
but
sure.
The community is the more fragile. And also, they're quick right now, they're lightweight, and they will accept to be flexible in payments and also flexible in execution. And big ideas, because like I said, they need to keep themselves busy rather than overthink. So they want to work. So this is also part of how we protect those talents not to actually go away.
Well, there's an element, isn't there, that if, you know, when times are tough, that's when you maybe produce your best work, because there's more pressure on you to do so. So there's maybe quite a strong argument that actually now is a time to lean on creative talent. I don't mean lean on in an aggressive fashion. I mean, you know, to look to creative talent.
And it's also a time to enhance your skills, and it happens naturally.
Yeah.
Because, for example, if someone's call you and you're a good director, but you're not the best editor, but you can edit still, and you might take both jobs, directing and editing, and now you're enhancing your skills as an editor as well.
Yeah.
And this is something that will never happen at the regular days, because you're busy enough to do what you do, and that's it. You're not open for learning another stuff. Like, for example, on LinkedIn, you mentioned that before, my posts and everything. Yeah. I'm not an expert with social media when it comes to algorithm and how things working and the reactions, the impressions, the numbers and all that stuff. But when I started the initiative that I did, and it was genuinely, I didn't think about it as an influencer or something. I just want to really help the community. But after quite some time, I got to understand and learn more about LinkedIn as a platform, how it works. Try and error, basically, because I did so many posts and I've seen what works and what didn't work. So now I might add to my skill set something that I've never had before, and I wasn't willing to do, to be honest.
I mean, okay, so there's an upside. I mean, it's a positive approach. By the way, how does LinkedIn work? Because I'm foxed by it.
It's a super vague, to be honest. It's not easy. It's different from the other platforms. Basically, it's all about posting content that is relevant to you first, because it reads your keywords and what you do as a profile, and also to post regularly in a way, which is the same for each and every platform, not daily, but regularly. And you have to understand the gap between posts, because you need to give a space between posts. So because that post might be still picking up, and also doing comments on other posts that actually drive traffic to your profile and also drives traffic to your posts, because you're commenting on other posts, other people posts.
It's good common sense. You're now our LinkedIn expert, by the way, so expect a call next week from production.
I'm just trying.
Just back to talent in the industry. Are we starting to? Do you think we're at risk of losing talent? I mean, I guess that's the case, but are you starting to see talent move?
Quite a few.
Really?
I would say, yeah. At least from the angle of, because a friend of mine from the community said a term a few days back, and I like it. He said, like, going back home to quarantine. Yeah,
I've heard that.
Yeah, and basically quite a few they did from that angle, but still a lot of them, they hear, and they don't want to leave. That's the thing. Like, I talk to so many creatives, and we don't want to leave, right? People, they feel like this is home, this is where we belong, but also there's a pressure from a financial standpoint on the creative freelance community. So they might start to leave because they just can't stay. Not the other way around. Not because they're afraid, not because they want to leave, but because they can't afford.
It's kind of the answer I feared. It's kind of the answer I expected, to be honest with you. Can I quickly put a couple of film questions to you? Because you know, that's kind of you are a film director, producer. There are unique challenges to film at the best of times, obviously, but it's particularly the case right now. You know, insurance and gear and travel restrictions and all, you know, international talent, all that kind of stuff. How are you, as a producer, sort of hacking the production process to keep, you know, your projects moving?
It's very tough, to be honest, on that question as well, because we had projects scheduled to be shot in October or something, coming from international side. But at the moment, I'm not going to say like it's canceled. It's not canceled, but also they don't know what we're going to do. From a producer, I have to let my people feel okay, safe. It's safe to shoot at the moment, by the way.
Sure.
It's fine. Like, you can go shoot, but it's always about the budget. It's always about the concern. Shall we spend the money now, or we might need it for something else, like a force majeure or something in the upcoming weeks? So it's always like, okay, the decision will become, let's wait.
One more question for you, and I was sat writing some questions last night thinking, right, I'm talking to Amal, what am I going to do? And I came up with this really bad pun. So I thought my final question would be my final take.
Okay.
So I'm really sorry about that. But I'm interested, if you were going to direct a film about the creative scene today, based on lots of the things that we've talked about, and you went away and filmed a story, would it be a tragedy? Would it be a thriller? Would it be an underdog success story? What would you take away from this conversation and go and film and produce as a mini movie?
Definitely, I would go for the underdog success story.
I thought you would. Yeah.
And because this is how I feel towards everything happening at the moment. I refuse to surrender, to be honest. I refuse to be in a position that the world is coming to an end. So I would go with that story, like Rocky, in some sense, right? But because you're punching right now and life is punching back, and that's fine. We'll keep punching no matter what happens.
I could see that translating to film, actually, the Rocky thing around, the big roundabout bit around Burj Khalifa, maybe, something like that. Yeah, or the steps up to Emirates Palace.
Why not? But this is how I feel, and this is how I feel the country is doing as well. So in a smaller scale, in a point of view, it will be that story.
There's a good point there, actually, because we talk about this conversation, and it is in some respects it's kind of doom and gloom, isn't it? Because it's a serious situation for people. These are people's livelihoods. These are people, who want to work, who can't. But this is a situation thrust upon everybody. This is not the fault of the nation or the freelancer or the production company or the advertising agency.
It's nobody's fault, actually.
This is the thing. It's just it's the unknown, the uncertainty, isn't it? So it's always interesting to hear from you, Amar. I always like talking to you. And I appreciate you coming in. Amar Galal is a director and a producer of movies and a freelance creative type.
Yeah, I don't know, many things, but all of them fall under the creative space, I would say. Either film, education, or advertising.
And LinkedIn expert.
No, I'm not an expert of LinkedIn.
Wannabe LinkedIn expert as well.
I'm trying to understand.
Good to talk to you, Amar. Thank
you. Thank you very much, Tim. Thank you.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
Good morning, it's 9 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The National Center of Meteorology says today we will see partly cloudy skies, slightly cooler temperatures, and a fog overnight in internal areas. Winds will be light to moderate with rough seas in the Arabian Gulf. Over the weekend, we can expect morning fog, more clouds, and a chance of light rain in coastal and northern areas. And by Monday, rain may spread to coastal northern and eastern areas with fresh winds and rough seas. Germany has lowered its economic growth outlook due to the rising energy prices. Reports say growth is now expected at about 0.6% in 2026 and around 1% in 2027. This follows growth of about 0.2%, which was last year. Analysts say higher energy costs are reducing household spending and increasing costs for businesses. Inflation is expected to rise to nearly 3% over the next 2 years. Experts say energy prices will continue to put pressure on the economy. Oil prices surged after comments from U.S. President Donald Trump on Iran conflict. According to the financial report, Brent and U.S. crude both jumped nearly 5% following his speech. Brent crude rose to around $106 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate moved about $103. The gains came as President Trump signaled continued military action, raising concerns about supply disruptions. Analysts say fears over the Strait of Hormuz and a global supply are driving volatility in oil markets. Consumer prices rose in South Korea by over 2% in March, driven mainly by higher oil prices. The Emirates News Agency says the increase was linked to rising global energy costs amid ongoing tensions in the Middle East. Petroleum prices saw the biggest jump, with fuel costs rising sharply compared to last year. Core inflation, which excludes food and energy, also increased, showing broader price pressure in the economy. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, the sound of success.
Mira Business FM, the morning drive. Dubai police have issued a public alert after a rise in scams involving criminals impersonating government officials. What's happening is fraudsters are posing as crisis management representatives and authorities, and they're trying to convince residents to hand over sensitive information like UAE pass login details and Emirates ID numbers, which can lead to serious consequences, of course, including SIM swap fraud. We'll find out about that in a few moments' time, and even access to personal bank accounts. So how exactly do these scams work? Why are they becoming more sophisticated? And most importantly, how can you protect yourself? Stephen Marriott is a cybersecurity leader, over 25 years of experience delivering managed detection and response and security operations center solutions, and joins us this morning. Stephen, pleasure to have you on. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Tim. You're welcome.
Good to have you here. So, Dubai police issuing a warning about scammers impersonating government officials. From what you're seeing, how serious is this a threat right now?
Yeah, so the ones from the government officials, this is the first time it's happened. We've seen this over the last few years. They come in trying to impersonate being from the ministry or from Dubai police, even from the courts, because then this gives people a bit of worry and concern, and then they pressurize you to give out some sensitive details.
So at a time like this, targeting digital identities, UAE pass details, that's pretty low. I mean, we've seen impersonation scams before, but this one uses a fictitious Dubai Crisis Management Department. What is it about this kind of crisis narrative that makes it so much more insidious, if you like, than the typical bank account blocking scam.
Yes, yeah. So obviously that they're using this situation to either pull out more personal information. The part with the UAE pass is, they're trying to get you to approve of something. So this implies that they've got some of your details already, probably your name, obviously your mobile phone number. They may have parts of your Emirates ID, which they've harvested from elsewhere, and then they're trying to log into one of the systems, and one of the UAE systems for pulling out additional information. They may even been trying to come into your bank account. If you look at what's been announced, the central bank is moving away from the OTP, the one-time password. So stop receiving these text messages and going over to multi-factor authentication. But some banks also use the UAE pass. So if you approve that step on your mobile device, then that's going to authenticate the threat actor into the system they're trying to log into.
Okay, so tensions in this region escalated on Saturday morning. The thing about this is by Sunday, these calls were already circulating. It's an incredible speed that these syndicates, I guess they are syndicates, I don't know, they work so quickly to exploit breaking news.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they would maximise any situation like this because people will feel a bit more worried. They can be pressured easily. So they will take these calls, pretend to be from the ministry or the police, asking for personal details. People will probably be, if they say this is crisis management, we need to know where you are. We need to know details, maybe for evacuation purposes, residency purposes, and then people will just think, okay, this is a real situation, and then pass over the information. Whereas normally that they may sit back and challenge some of these questions.
Sophisticated, it's organized, it's methodical, but this is a numbers game, isn't it? The more calls you make, the more chance of a result for the person behind the scam.
Absolutely, yes. So you may find that they've harvested the details already, so that they've got some potential candidates. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's how many can they hit quickly before the authorities get involved. For the one that's happened over the weekend, the ministry did actually release one of the phone numbers where this is coming from. So I assume that's also got blocked by the mobile phone operators, because if you look at the activity around that, there hasn't been much really reported from people being hit on this. It's more of an awareness campaign for any future scams using the same techniques.
Well, let's hope it remains that way. I mean, from what I'm reading, from what we're seeing and reading, really, it seems to be Indian expatriates and elderly residents being specifically targeted, potentially more vulnerable to a scam like this. What can families do to help, protect parents or older relatives?
Yes, so I think traditionally you would say, it is probably the older people have been targeted. But if you look at some of these scams, because of how pressurized they're being, even if I've had some of these calls before previously, and when you start challenging them, they do feel a bit worried. Why are you asking these questions? So they are also targeting younger people because they may be a bit more reactive, and especially during the current situation where there's newer people in Dubai that they may be looking to exit, and so they might be a bit more reactive than people who've been here for some time who've experienced similar scams beforehand. So I don't think it's specifically for one gender or one region. It'd be based on the numbers they've got. And like I said at the start, it's a numbers game. How many can they hit in this period of time before they get shut down or their number gets revoked or something like this happens to prevent them from doing further scams?
Okay. Is there a pattern in how fraudsters get hold of those initial personal details, the mobile phone number?
Yes, unfortunately, some people do share this on different forms of social media. Some details get published, and then you've also got where there's been data leaks and data breaches, and this data's been harvested from there as well. So there's multiple places where they can start collecting this, or even these types of calls, they could come through and just asking to verify who you are. They may have your name. They say, "Oh, to verify who you are, please can you give us your Emirates ID and your date of birth." And then people will give that information out. Whereas if they were from these authorities, they would have this information to hand already.
Okay, so the first line of defense is try not to give your number out or be very careful with your number, but also if somebody says, I need your Emirates ID, just don't give it.
Yeah, or verify who they are. So I probably wouldn't really advise to engage in these people if you are concerned who they are. But in my industry, I do tend to have a little chat with them to understand what they're trying to do. Because at the start they will be very polite, they will be asking information, they'll be trying to say we're helping you out, and then it gets to the stage where they start asking for personal details like your Emirates ID, for example. So I've challenged them before, saying, "No, who are you? What's your name? What's your email address? What's your office number? Give me your details so I can phone you back." To prove you are who you are. But I've had it where they've even escalated when they pretended to be the likes of Dubai police or the Dubai courts and say, okay, well, I'm going to bring my manager on the call. This is a very serious matter. If you don't deal with this right now, then the police are going to come to your apartment and arrest you. So they will put these pressure tactics on you to say, oh, okay, this is a very serious situation. You need to give back this information. But if putting that validation in place, because it may be a real situation. For example, the UK government were asking people to register their details, but that was all through official channels.
Yeah.
But if I got a call and someone said, I'm from the consulate, I want you to confirm that you're in country and start giving me your passport number, your Emirates ID, I would question that. I'll say, okay, I want proof you are who you claim to be, because these scammers are using this situation to pressurize people to give that information, because they've got some of your details, but they've got gaps. They need more information to compromise, like your social media, your bank accounts, other UAE services that you might be using. So that's why they're trying to get this additional information from you.
And as you say, Stephen, this is a time when things are more tense. We're a little bit more worried, and perhaps a little bit more vulnerable to, handing over information on the phone. The point is, it's perfectly okay to ask for more information from the person calling you, or just put the phone down, because if it's that important, they'll call you back, won't they?
Yeah, absolutely. So put the phone down. You can also obviously report the numbers. You can block the numbers if you have the concern. And if they're claiming to be from your bank, then obviously you can phone your bank. Did someone really phone me from this number? I think because they're trying to impersonate the officials, and people feel a little bit more worried. But again, question them. Who are you? Who's your manager? Because you'll find they will stumble and stutter, because they don't get these normal questions. People will normally get information, or if you start challenging them too much, you'll probably find they would even hang up, because you're not a good target for them. Because they got targets to meet themselves. It's a business. How many people can they hit? How much money can they make before these numbers get cut off, or something else happens? Because the authorities, obviously, they caught this one very quickly. There was announcements from the ministry, there were announcements from Dubai police, there was announcements from desk as well. So the cybersecurity authorities here, so everyone caught it very quickly. So they managed to stop it. So the advice the UAE is putting out, be aware of these types of scams ongoing. And again, either, let's say, hang up and see the call back, or challenge them to see who they really are, and then you can phone them back to get proof they are saying they are. But the advice is, do not give out your passport details, do not give out your Emirates ID, do not approve anything on your UAE pass which you've not set in yourself to log into the system, because that's the one of big concern, that they're trying to pressurize you to click that approval button. And if you do that without thinking, then then they will drop the call, because that they're into the system they're trying to log into.
Yeah, and they've acquired the details they need. It's not just phone calls, is it? This could be text messages, it could be WhatsApp, it could be a mix.
So I think the last campaign that they're coming through from calls, because they get a bit of a confidence level on that. I think people are a bit more wary of the WhatsApp text ones, but you may find that they could even start on a call and then switch to WhatsApp, because some of their target audience may be more comfortable on WhatsApp. So if they feel they've got a better chance, they go to WhatsApp. Then they might even start sending you URL links to click this and do that and follow these steps to gather more information. But yeah, it can be a mixture. I've not seen recent ones where they come directly in on the WhatsApp. The WhatsApp ones are still these ones coming in claiming to be UAE tourists and they're stuck in country. Can you help them out? And I've got your details by mistake. And these normally lead into more of a Bitcoin type scam where they try to say, oh, I can help you with some trading and do this, and obviously start taking your money from those means. So there's lots of things they're doing. But yeah, the current one is obviously taking advantage of the current geopolitical situation here.
So this is a scam that involves something known as SIM swap fraud. Can you explain in really plain English how a scammer uses an Emirates ID number to trick a telecom provider into stealing a phone number? Am I right in that chain?
Yeah, well, so what? So that's one of the techniques they use, and the one with UAE pass that's different. But yeah, the SIM swap one, which is the one they've been using previously, and it's quite common. Hence why the UAE central bank has now prevented banks from using this from the end of the month. So there'll be no OTP passwords from the banks. You have to use other forms of authentication.
Yes.
But the reason they are calling now to kind of do the SIM swap is to get those details that they can go to your mobile phone provider. So I've Etisalat will do, and they've got your name, they've got your phone number, they've got your date of birth. They need your Emirates ID as well, and they may even need a PIN number that you probably set up on your device with your mobile phone operator to then say, okay, I've lost my mobile phone. I went to the beach or whatever. I've got a new phone. I've got a new SIM, but I want to port my old number onto this new SIM. And if they've got the details and they can prove to the mobile phone operator or claim to prove that they are you, then they do that transfer. And this is quite a successful thing that threat actors have been doing. There's lots of reports where people have had their SIMs transferred and people got access to their bank accounts because that OTP will go to that SIM rather than your SIM. So once we enter your bank, then they can start transferring money and doing things from there.
Got you. The TDRA has warned scammers are now attempting to trick users into facial verification procedures. I'm reading. How can a scammer perform a biometric check over a phone call?
Yeah, so I think what the scammers at the moment are doing is more trying to do stuff with the voice recognition piece. I don't even remember, there were some calls going back recently where they were trying to get people to say certain words. They'll phone you up, asking for the hi, yeses, thank yous. Again, because some of the banks were using voice recognition as part of the authentication process. The facial recognition piece, that's safer. I've not seen anything where the threat actors managed to do this, but the deep fake technologies out there now with AI, this is also being used by the scammers where they may do something similar to this and try to be someone that it could be someone from your work. They can even use this to change their voices because sometimes when these scammers call up, you may not believe that who they are because of their accent. So they're using this to change their accent. So they are taking full advantage of some of the AI technologies out there to do the deep fakes.
It's remarkable. A couple of questions. These are scams that sound very official. They sound urgent. What kind of psychological tactics are scammers using to pressure people so that they get that immediate response? And also, what's the red flag, the real red flag that a call isn't genuinely from a government authority?
Yeah, so I think the first one, the pressure techniques that they're using, because they were claimed to be, like I say, from Dubai police, from the ministry, even from the courts, and then they were saying, if you don't provide this information, you're in breach of local laws and regulations here, and there's penalties. There could be financial penalties, or you could go to prison, or you could be deported. Some people will panic over this and then freely give over the information. The red flags again is these types of techniques, because if you're an official, you're not going to be pressuring the people you're phoning. The wording they would be using, and again, like I say, deep fakes kind of doing away with some of the accents. But like I said at the start, if you feel it's not real, obviously you can hang up the call or question to prove who they are. I think a lot of people would never ask when even if like your mobile phone operator just phones up randomly to offer you some additions to your service. people aren't validating, say, give me details to prove you are from Duo Etisalat. What is your name? Because we'll just get like a standard number come through, or it might even be no number showing on your phone, but there's no validation to say who's actually calling me. Back in the old days when I used to answer my phone, I would always answer it with my name. And when I was in the UK, in the younger years, we used to always give out our phone number as well. We would say our phone number, then say our name. Yeah. But now, I have my personal phone and works phone, but I would never answer saying who I am. Yeah. You find that the person who phones me then would ask who I am, and then I would ask who they are. We go through this ping pong exercise because the trust level. I even have customers like I need to obviously have customer details saved on my phone so I know who they are. But if it comes through from a different number, I need to validate who that person is. But I won't give out my name when I answer the phone. Even if they know my name, I'll go back and say, "Who is this, please?" And what is the call regarding? And then I will confirm it's me, because one of the steps they do when they phone you, they got your number, they need to confirm that they phoned in the correct person.
Yeah.
So that's why they would ask the name, or they need to do these validation pieces, because you may find that they're already on the system trying to log in, or they're just gathering these details to actually then compromise the system after the call is ended.
Is it wrong, Stephen, that I quite like getting scam calls? I got to be honest with you. We all get them, but I quite like playing the game. I often make up quite long, involved stories about my exploits and bamboozle them with my incredible superhuman abilities.
Yeah, and I think if you look at how the laws and regulations have changed here for like cold calling, so like the cold calling ones. I used to play a game with just waste their time, because again they were on target, and then they would drop the call. Now I'd just say, please remove me from your database. It's against the PDPL regulations here, and normally they will drop the calls. The scammers, I will play a game just because of the industry I'm in, because I need to kind of understand what they're looking to do. But yeah, it's the thing is, you don't want to put yourself in a position where you may trip up and give something mistakenly, and then they've got more information to use against you. But yeah, it's I think some people do have that feeling now, because there's so many of these going on. I'm going to waste the scammer's time.
Yeah.
But like I say, it is a kind of a business for them. They'll be on the clock, and if you start doing this, that they will probably cut the call anyway, because you're not their target for them.
If you're in a scam call and you realize that you've given out information you shouldn't have given out, what should you do immediately to minimize the wreckage, the damage?
Yeah, so then obviously you need to work out what that we're trying to do initially. Are they trying to go to your bank? Are they trying to go to other accounts that you've got in the UAE? And then obviously inform that if you've got concerns that they managed to get hold of your password details, and obviously reset your passwords, put other security in place. Multi-factor authentication is highly recommended. Not just on your banks, but I would say on social media. People don't like this additional step, but obviously it's giving others control there, because if your social media accounts get compromised, then a lot of that information is there for them easily to get hold of. Yeah, so putting these additional controls in place is highly recommended.
Beyond, a natural kind of sense of caution, what are practical cybersecurity steps that we should all be taking to protect phones and bank accounts and digital identities?
Yeah, so like I say, making sure your obviously your mobile device is secured, PIN number, password protected. Utilize the biometrics controls as well. So you've got a secure device. Like I say, having multi-factor authentication for all of the accounts that you log into. Having a secure password vault. So, for example, I don't know any of my passwords. I use a password vault. So that means for every account I log into, I have a different password. And if I have a situation where some data gets leaked or one of my accounts gets compromised, then I know which one I need to change. I'm registered on systems where it announces me if there's been like a data breach. That there's lots of websites out there. There's a very popular one by Troy Hunt, the Have I Been Pwned site, which is a good place to see where your credentials have been leaked, because the likes of Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter accounts. These have been leaked many times, and plus there's other accounts that have been leaked where they're taking these credentials and then using these to then social engineer you to provide more details. So just putting these controls in place, being very careful on what data you do give out, and again, like going back to the other types of scams where that you're getting the cold calls, making sure that these details have been then removed from the database, because this cold calling technique is unless you've approved for marketing campaigns, it's not allowed anymore within this region. So just state, it's against local data protection laws, and then asked to be removed from their database.
We've been talking about a scam. Scammers are impersonating government officials. I guess it's worth remembering Dubai Police's statement. They will never ask for a verification code over the phone. That's really important to remember, Stephen.
Absolutely, and they've never asked for you to approve anything via the UAE Pass app. I think that's the one you need to be very clear about, because on the call, what you may find when they're doing these pressure techniques is that your UAE Pass, you get a notification, please approve the next step. And they will be saying, no, I'm from Dubai, please, we need to validate as you've not checked what you're approving against. You click the button and then no in. And then it's what you need to do after that is find out, did they go into your bank? Did they go into your DIRA account? Did they go into your Ethelect or DO account? What did they actually gain access to? And then you have to get hold of the provider and say, this is my details got compromised by this actor, and they've got access to this account.
Stephen Marriott is a cybersecurity expert, a leader with over 25 years of experience. Stephen, great to talk to you. Appreciate your input. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Great to have you with us. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
morning. It's 9:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Germany has lowered its economic growth outlook due to rising energy prices. Reports say growth is now expected at about 0.6% in 2026 and around 1% in 2027. This follows growth of about 0.2% last year. Analysts say that higher energy costs are reducing household spending and increasing costs for businesses. Inflation is expected to rise to nearly 3% over the next 2 years. Experts say energy prices will continue to put pressure on the economy. Oil prices surged after comments from U.S. President Donald Trump on Iran conflict. Brent and U.S. crude both jumped nearly 5% following his speech. Brent crude rose to around $106 a barrel, while the U.S. WTI moved about $103. The gain the signal continued, and analysts say fears over the Strait of Hormuz and global supply and driving volatility in oil markets. Consumer prices rose in South Korea by over 2% in March, driven mainly by higher oil prices. The increase was linked to rising global energy costs and amid ongoing tensions in the Middle East. Petroleum prices saw the biggest jump, with fuel costs rising sharply compared to last year. Core inflation, which excludes food and energy, also increased, showing broader price pressure in the economy. And now, a quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at $66,481, and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.38 Indian rupees, 76.22 Pakistani rupees, 33.48 Bangladeshi taka, 16.50 Philippine peso, 14.57 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.86 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success. Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
It's the morning drive. Moving on to energy markets, and they are shifting fast at the moment. Here in the Gulf, the ripple effects being felt across power grids, water security, and investment pipelines, from supply disruptions to rising demand and the push towards renewables. The stakes for GCC economies have never been higher. Mark Dowdall is here. He's the editor for Power and Water at Mead, the Middle East Economic Digest, and he's a person who closely tracks how the region is responding, where the pressure points are, and what comes next for investors and policy makers. Mark, good to have you here.
Good to be here, Tim.
Thanks for coming on. First off, given where we are right now, impacted by the conflict, what's the situation when it comes to disruptions around the Strait of Hormuz and attacks on, obviously energy infrastructure?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've been following this for the last month now, and I think when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, the first thing to say is it's still largely closed to the global economy. Now, Iran did come out at the weekend and say it's open to a limited number of vessels to non-hostile countries such as Thailand and China, but for the most part, it's still closed. So that's kind of where we're at the moment. In terms of energy infrastructure, we've seen more developments over the weekend, where it's really now it's starting to move into infrastructure such as aluminium, steel, things that are really critical to obviously the construction sector over here. The latest developments over the weekend, we've seen aluminium plants have been attacked in both Abu Dhabi and Bahrain. I guess just to touch on the aluminium facility in Bahrain, Alba, Bahrain, it's the largest single-site smelter in the world. Even before this weekend, this producer had already closed 3 of its reduction lines, which is 19% of its total output. I think the important thing to be aware of with this is how much of a driver a facility like this is of Bahrain's GDP. And this is something that will affect it quite critically moving forward. On kind of the broader side of things over the last couple of weeks, I would say economically speaking, we're looking at the Ras Laffan Industrial City. That attack is probably the one that's going to have the most impact. So if you look at that attack, 2 LNG lines were damaged. This is the largest LNG hub in the world. The consequences for this are quite significant. So this will affect 17% of its export capacity. It's estimated that there's going to be $20 billion of revenue loss. And in fact, JP Morgan has just come out and said that forecasts Qatar's GDP to fall by 9% this year. So I think we're really seeing this conflict and the consequences seep into some really key sectors at the moment.
I mean, I was going to ask you that. I was going to say, can you put into? I was going to ask you for context actually on the significance of the threat to GCC energy exports, but also domestic supply stability at the moment. And that's the picture you're painting, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, in terms of domestic supply stability, I still think at the moment it's really an issue of cost escalation when it comes to supply chain costs, insurance, shipping costs, this kind of thing. Obviously, some places in the region are a little bit more insulated than others. So I guess if you're looking at Saudi Arabia, for example, there are other avenues. They import a lot of their construction materials into Jeddah port, for example. So they have ways to get around this. But I think at the moment we're really looking at it's the cost side of things. And I suppose if we're going to go into how severe this could be, well, really that depends how long this is going to continue for. And that's, at the moment, none of us really can say that. So that's kind of what's unclear.
Yeah, I mean, that is the how long is a piece of string question at this point, isn't it? And I don't mean to be glib, but it's very difficult to come up with any kind of formulated response. You've been in the region for what, 10 years?
Yeah.
We were just talking before we went to air there. And at Mead, you track structural changes to the GCC's project pipeline, a multi-trillion-dollar project pipeline. How exposed are GCC countries to the kinds of political disruptions we're experiencing at the moment compared compared historically?
Yeah. I mean, look, the first thing to say is I'm a lot more confident where the region is now and being able to deal with these kind of things compared to where we were a few years ago. So if you look at, for example, the local manufacturing base has been really built up over the last number of years.
Yeah.
So now when it's the major cities in the region, these are quite active project markets. And I think a lot of this supply chain is now actually being developed in region and in these major cities. So that kind of mitigates a little bit of the risk. Now, I can't sit here and say there's not going to be supply chain consequences. Obviously, there will. I guess, if I was to go back to a previous crisis, if I was to go back to 2008-09, for example, when we had the real estate banking crisis, construction there stopped. And it wasn't just in the early stages. It was actually live on-site construction. It stopped. In 2014, 2015, we had the oil price dip. Here we saw certainly a slowdown in spending. We saw this again during COVID. We certainly saw a slowdown in spending. I think right now what we're seeing, and obviously it's still relatively early days, but construction, on-site construction is continuing. And for me, I guess as someone who follows projects very closely, and this is something that we obviously do at Mead, that's probably one of the greatest benchmarks of being able to tell how big a crisis is. So right now, we're certainly not seeing the same kind of slowdown in the projects market as what we were seeing previously. In terms of upcoming projects, contracts over the last month, a number of contracts have still been awarded. Tenders are still being put out. Companies are still bidding for these contracts. So I would say the projects market, it's quite resilient. And again, to go back to that piece of string scenario, it's obviously the longer this continues, then we will see a greater effect. But for now, I think things are continuing, which is good.
Okay. I mean, you've recently written that for the GCC, water has officially overtaken oil as the region's most strategic commodity. Given the situation, Mark, how have the risk profiles for these, the coastal hubs, if you like, changed for policymakers?
Yeah. I mean, look, I think obviously it's desalination, for example, water infrastructure here is critical to the region. And I think it's worth pointing out to begin with that it's a civilian infrastructure, that it really is critical to everyday life. It's critical to industries, to hospitals, and everyday life. So it's over the years, I think as more desalination plants have been added, we've seen certainly a geographical diversification. If you take UAE, for example, we have desalination plants in Fujairah and spread quite wide apart.
Yeah.
So this does give a little bit of security in this sense.
Are we seeing any power generation costs or water desalination operations? I think I'm just really asking you for news.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, do you know what I mean?
I think really when it comes to the power generation facilities, it's really more, the effect is more on the operational side of things. Right. In terms of costs, I guess being in this region, fuel and availability of fuel isn't so much an issue compared to maybe Europe or the regions where obviously electricity costs are going through the roof right now. So it's more the operational side of things and trying to keep plants running, trying to potentially operate on reduced staff, coordinating with the government to ensure that there's different scenarios in place, because ultimately these facilities, they need to keep running. So that's the most important thing. I think actually it's worth just to say that in terms of the export side of things, in terms of energy exports, the likes of UAE and Saudi Arabia are also a little bit more insulated than some of the other GCC countries. So I guess if we're to take crude oil, for example, in Saudi Arabia, you've got the East-West pipeline.
Yeah.
So this can transport 7 million barrels per day of oil out to Yanbu and off out to the Mediterranean coast. So in this case, it can avoid the Strait of Hormuz entirely. Similarly, UAE has been developing its export pipeline to Fujairah over the last 10 years. This can export 1.8 million barrels of oil per day. So it's now obviously this isn't going to make up for all its oil production, but it will help. And I guess in contrast to that, you've got Kuwait, Qatar, who don't really have an alternative export option. And I guess there's no real short-term solution to that because these kind of things take quite a long time to build. So it's quite a long-term kind of thing.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a little bit about protection. Your view at Mead, if you like, as to how governments and operators are responding in real time as well to protect energy and water infrastructure. What you're seeing.
Yeah, look, I think it's. I don't see it as a dramatic response. I think really it's just about close, clear communication with the operators of their plants, and that's something that historically this government has been very good at in the project sector over the last number of years. There's a lot of transparency and coordination with stakeholders. So really, I think that's kind of the main thing. It's just having those communication lines to keep these plants up and running.
Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, it's the modern age, isn't it? That we have these communication lines, but so much of the online information or so-called information is so uninformed. Very often, it's really so speculative, particularly around. I was thinking yesterday, ahead of talking to you, the limitations of water storage, for example. So much speculation around that. Some people say you should get down to the supermarket and buy your boxes of, and I just think no, you really shouldn't. It's okay, but from your knowledge, what's the actual reality when it comes to water storage here? Let's take the Emirates, for example.
Yeah, look, I don't think it's a case of our taps are going to stop working in the morning.
No, it's not at all. But a friend of mine was in a supermarket the other day and met somebody she hadn't seen for a long time, and this person was adamant that she should buy the stock of water in the supermarket. And I thought, get a grip.
Yeah, well, look, there's no denying that desalination, I mean, to take UAE, for example, desalination facilities account for over 90% of the total potable water.
Yeah.
And that's that's something we see throughout the region, that kind of trend. Yeah. Obviously, there are reserves, there are supplies, and that gives a limited number of time. We're looking at a couple of weeks probably. But again, I do think the fact that this geographic diversification, one desalination maybe hit, isn't necessarily going to cause people running down to the shops to get their stocked up water and to start panicking too much. I think there is reserves there to give time to kind of deal with these scenarios.
Yeah. From your tracking at Mead, Mark, are we seeing more of a push maybe to fast track strategic storage prospects? Things like the Liwa aquifer in Abu Dhabi, or there are new dams in Hatta as well.
I mean, I think one of the things we were seeing already, which the Iran war doesn't necessarily change, is a diversification towards different types of, I guess, on the power side of things, different types of renewable power. Mm-hmm. And I think this was a strategy that we were seeing already. So I don't think the Iran war really changes that so much. I do think in terms of upcoming projects, I mean, there's still quite an ambitious pipeline.
Yeah.
I think certainly we can expect maybe investment decisions to be put back a little bit. This
exercising some more caution, I suppose.
Absolutely,
is natural, isn't
absolutely, yeah. So I mean, there will be some more caution when it comes to investment in the region. I think, first of all, I guess it's important to look at the profile of investor. So if you're looking at the power and water infrastructure, for example, so these are typically very long-term assets. The kind of person that will invest in something long-term like this tends to be quite risk-averse. So you're looking at kind of pension funds, things like this. I definitely think they are going to probably be asking questions now about the long-term geopolitical risk. And I guess if there's one thing that actually really kills investor confidence, it's uncertainty. And uncertainty, there's uncertainty not just in when the war is going to end, but also how it will end. Another thing to mention would be if you look at the structure of the market over the last couple of years, so a third of projects that were, or a third of new contracts that were awarded in Saudi Arabia last year were PPP, private-public partnership projects. So these kind of projects typically require a security in terms of the offtake. So that would be, so for example, if a power generation facility is producing power, or equally if a desalination facility is producing water, the government will provide a guarantee to buy this generated power for maybe 20, 25 years. I think if the government can still provide these kind of guarantees, that these projects will be okay, but certainly there's a lot of questions that investors will be asking. And I think even for the more local, regional investors, I guess right now, and this may change, they will probably be thinking of maybe investing outside the region to help manage that risk of their portfolios.
The diversification strategy.
Exactly.
Sure.
Exactly.
Let me ask you a little bit about renewables. Kind of move sideways slightly. How do you see the risks influencing the pace, the scale of renewable energy adoption in the GCC? Yeah,
I mean, I think actually even before this whole conflict started, we were already starting to see a little bit of a change when it comes to Saudi Arabia. So they've quite an ambitious pipeline of renewable projects. They want to reach 130 gigawatts by 2030. So this is obviously part of their national strategy. To put that into context, in 2025, 23 gigawatts was all they had in installed capacity. Okay. So that's quite a jump. But I think we are already starting to see a little bit of a slowdown in terms of some of the major giga projects in Saudi Arabia being scaled back a little bit, moving towards some of the more kind of risk-averse, maybe some of the less glamorous projects, but some of the more risk-averse critical projects, power and infrastructure being one of them. I don't really think this conflict actually changes that too much.
Let me ask you about the intersection between energy and sustainability, and how regional governments are balancing immediate energy security concerns with their kind of long-term sustainability goals. For example, here in the UAE, we've just had an announcement of an investment. It's not a huge investment, but it's significant, I think, in terms of the timing. 120 million dirhams in a major energy and water reduction scheme in federal buildings. Yeah. Just as an example, first of all.
Yeah. I mean, I think this, just to touch on this energy and water reduction scheme, I think, obviously we're very much focused on the project side of things, but you often forget that there's two sides to the equation. So there's new generation, but there's also being very efficient with the way you run current facilities.
Exactly. It's the example that's important here, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And I guess, if this is something that they can do well and save on having to produce extra electricity generation, in theory, this could lead to less power generation plants. But I think that the scale of what the likes of Saudi Arabia and UAE are trying to achieve, a federal energy and water reduction scheme is small on the larger scheme of 130 gigawatts by 2030, for example. So I think they will continue to press ahead with these projects. I mean, on the short-term side of things, the immediate concern, obviously, is the operational side of things. So that's the existing infrastructure that's in place, and just ensuring that these continue to operate in a safe and controlled way. I think that in terms of long-term sustainability plans, again, the conflict won't necessarily change this. As I said, some investment decisions may be put back a little bit. Some tenders that maybe were due to be released in the coming weeks might be pushed back a little further into the year. But I think in terms of the longer side of things, it doesn't change a whole lot. And again, it really depends how long this goes on for. So it's, you know, if we're sitting having this conversation, and I really hope we're not, in a year's time, you know, things could look quite drastically different.
Well, look, you're very welcome to come back in a year's time, hopefully a lot sooner than that. But you make a very good point. But we're back to that piece of string analogy again, unfortunately. I wanted to ask you something. Me Projects shows the pipeline something like $1 trillion in the UAE and Saudi Arabia. I'm hoping that figure's in the ballpark. Yeah. You're nodding. That's good news. Are we going to start seeing international investors in the power and water sector looking for conflict clauses, do you think? Or does the region's long-term growth story still kind of outweigh security concerns, or that kind of security shadow, if you will?
I mean, I think as I said already, what we were seeing was a little bit of a pivot from some of the more glamorous infrastructure towards some of the more kind of stable, secure projects. I do think that's one of the things that the power and water infrastructure market has going for it. It does have quite a good track record of getting PPP projects delivered. So I do think in terms of international investors, that will provide a little bit of confidence to them more so than maybe some of the other markets that are a bit newer to the PPP model side of things. So you're right, they may look for clauses, but I think there's a little bit of confidence that, you know, power and water infrastructure, and again, it's worth pointing out that it's critical. This is a critical civilian infrastructure that we need to live on a daily basis. So, I mean, it's in quite a different bracket to, you know, your gigascale NEOM projects and new stadium projects, this kind of thing. There's a real critical need for this kind of stuff. So
yeah, so there's a level of confidence that's been built and banked, I guess, as well. When you consider the leads and the stories and the ideas that are formulated and that you're following at the moment, is there something that maybe investors, I hate asking for hidden trends, but you know what I mean when I say that people investors should or could be watching as the region, you know, navigates its way forward?
I mean, look, it's difficult to say in terms of the you know, the tenders coming up. I will say, if we're to look ahead to the project pipeline, and at Mead, we have a full visibility into the projects that are coming up in the next 5 or so years. If we look into this, we can see in Saudi Arabia, for example, so they're the water procuring authority, Sharakat, just released a 7-year statement saying that they're looking to nearly double desalination capacity by 2031. So there's, I guess, if you're a contractor in this market right now, there are some quite big water infrastructure desalination plants due to be built in the next 5 years.
It's wild that 2031 is just 5 years away.
Yeah.
Good morning, it's 10 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The National Center of Meteorology says today in the UAE we'll see partly cloudy skies, slightly cooler temperatures and fog overnight in internal areas. By Monday, rain may spread to coastal, northern and eastern areas with fresh winds and rough seas. Elon Musk's company, SpaceX, has filed for a confidential IPO with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. If it goes public, SpaceX could be worth over $1 trillion, making it one of the biggest stock market debuts ever. Musk's stake could also make him the world's first trillionaire. The company hopes to raise $50 billion or more by selling shares and will soon meet investors to pitch the IPO. Oil prices surged after comments from U.S. President Donald Trump on the Iran conflict. Brent and U.S. crude both jumped nearly 5% following his speech. Brent crude rose to around $106 a barrel, while the U.S. WTI moved above $103. The gains came as President Trump signaled continued military action, raising concerns about supply disruptions. Analysts say fears over the Strait of Hormuz and a global supply are driving volatility in oil markets. Germany has lowered its economic growth outlook due to rising energy prices. Reports say growth is now expected at over 0.5% in 2026 and around 1% in 2027. This follows last year's growth of about 0.2%. Analysts say higher energy costs are reducing household spending and increasing costs for businesses. Inflation is expected to rise to nearly 3% over the next 2 years. Experts say energy prices will continue to put pressure on the economy. Consumer prices rose in South Korea by over 2% this month, driven mainly by higher oil prices. The increase was linked to rising global energy costs amid the ongoing tensions in the Middle East. Petroleum prices saw the biggest jump, with fuel costs rising sharply compared to last year. Core inflation, which excludes food and energy, also increased, showing broader price pressure in the economy. That's the news for now. Follow more news on WhatsApp and Telegram. This is Mira Business FM.
It's the morning drive at Mira Business FM. Coming up, growth, careers, business and personal development as well, and why mentoring and experience, why that matters so much. That's next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
It's the morning drive, growth and careers, business and personal development. And our main topic for the next 50 minutes or so is going to be why mentoring and, of course, experience, why it matters so much. So back in the studio, David McKenzie from Mackenzie Jones is here. Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
Good
Nice
to
to be
have you
back
in the room. Also, we were talking yesterday, and I said I'd like to talk about this, and you said, right, okay, fine. And I was reading your latest LinkedIn blog. I'll come to that. But you sent another topic, and I want to just mention this because I want to save this for next time because I love this.
I'm wondering what you're going to say on this.
No, it's very positive. Well, so far it's positive. Late interns.
Oh yes, yeah.
Career change people. So, do you remember that movie? What was the movie? It was Anne Hathaway and Robert De Niro.
Robert De Niro, yes.
Yeah.
The Intern.
It's a 70-year-old guy. It's called The Intern, exactly, and goes back to work. But I love the idea of that because sometimes I think, I just want to be a barista. Or, I take these notions. Whenever I drive out of the Emirates, my wife's there, I'm always like, we could move here.
So what would you do if you retired today and you had enough money to do whatever you wanted to do?
What I do? Stare into space on a balcony with a cup of coffee. I don't.
Career goals.
There you go. Hashtag goals. That's the way I want to live. No, how much money have I got in this scenario?
Enough that you don't need to worry about paying your DIWA.
Okay, so could I invest into little businesses and help people? That's what I'd like to do. I'd like to. I always like the idea of saying, I'd like to encourage people to do things, whatever it is, because I worked out far too late last week that what you should do in your life is what you like.
Yes.
If you can, not everybody gets the opportunity, but if you can do what you like, it's far easier, and I think you get more from it.
Yeah, absolutely. I encourage my sons to that. Hence, one's now a Marine after getting a 2-1 at university.
Hence, nobody followed you into the business.
I actually asked my two boys, look, I'm getting a bit older now, still a ninja, but would you like the business? And they both went, yeah, no.
Yeah. Thanks, Dad.
Well, they've had no interest in it.
It's not their thing.
One obviously one's a grad and for Porsche, and the other one's a Marine, and they both absolutely love their jobs. I mean, especially the one that works at Porsche. He loves cars. He got the best job in the world. Got rejected by every other company, but he got one at Porsche. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I think it's worth sort of doing that if you can. Where was I going with that?
No, you're saying about
idea was if I could ever get to a point where I think I love the idea of people starting businesses and working hard. I don't have a great belief in a real estate portfolio. That's not for me. I was talking to a guy yesterday, and he's really keen on coming in and talking about his real estate portfolio, and it was really hard to be enthusiastic. Unfortunately, it's just not my thing. But I love the idea of encouraging people to start things and to grow businesses and to employ people, and it would be good to be able to do that. Not that maybe I never.
No,
will,
but I think that flips into this mentee thing and mentor thing in many ways. And I think you've got to remember, over the years you build up a certain knowledge, experience. You've been through bad times, good times, and people entering the workplace have never had those experiences. So when you go, do you remember the GFC? I was in high school. But now I'm starting to run a company. What happens? I'm not worried about disaster recovery. I'm not worried about if I have no cash because I'm just going to go for it. They need people like you to go, actually, what you do need to do is have more of a long-term view because this could happen, this will happen, etc.
Yeah, okay. You need kind of old man head on shoulders mentality at times, don't you? It does help.
I think honestly the one thing I found,
old woman.
Oh yeah,
old
I'm
person.
just about to hire a lady into my company. She's 52 years old, and she said to me the other day, I'm really struggling to get interviews with recruitment companies. I said, why? You've got a great CV. You're smart. You're well presented. She goes, because I'm 52. Now we've got a 63-year-old. We've got a 58-year-old. That's me. I just realised as soon as I said that's actually me.
It's just that you were like, I'm going to be 60 in 2 years. I know.
And we've got 40s and 30s and we've got 20s, etc. But we've always looked at people, no matter what their age profile, what experience can they bring to our organisation, because our youngsters need to learn from people who have been through it before so that they get more experience. It's like a fast-track experience in many ways.
Yeah. And it's also, culturally, I think it's a good thing as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just that kind of wider breadth of conversation around the gossip around the water cooler is a bit different.
Yeah, apart from
60-year-olds.
Films is just lost on them.
Do you think so?
Also, do you remember as kids, right? Maybe. Do you remember fried onion rings? You remember Kiora adverts? All our cultural references are from adverts. Whereas you ask them these days, nobody has a cultural reference about, Kiora. Kiora, me and my dog, that one. Do you remember
For years, I thought it was Kia Ora, by the way. And then I got put right on that by a New Zealand gentleman.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But nobody remembers, let's hope his chips is chips. Do you remember that one? Do you remember that? Beans, Heinz, those sorts of things.
Yeah, well, maybe that's going to come back because advertising is going through this cycle. This is total sidebar, but advertising is going through this cycle at the moment. That we had a guy in the other day who said, "Look, it's going to be much more about real connections, real experiences. Somebody in a supermarket, that kind of thing going forward because of it's the cycle thing, isn't it? I suppose." This is getting very philosophical.
I know. We've gone off track, haven't we? As normal.
The late interns thing was saved, but I love the idea of that. So I need to think about it. But
it's a brave thing.
It's a very brave thing to do.
And I'm not sure companies here are geared up to do it because I think if you or me rocked up to an advertising agency, say, look, we've been doing radio and I've been doing recruitment for X amount of years. We'd like to learn to do account management in an ad agency. I'm pretty sure most of the senior people in the agencies would go no. So you've got to be of the mindset where you can see the skill set that person's bringing that can add value to your company. This dovetails straight in with the mentor or mentee thing as well.
Well, it does, but I'm going to head back to that movie for a moment, the Anne Hathaway thing, because it was her shock at Robert De Niro sat there, getting ready for stuff.
In his suit and tie.
In his suit and tie. And it was this total career change moment. And she was not very accepting of that and was quite dismissive of him until she realised that were things that...
But I think 90% of people would be. Honestly, I don't think if an older person walked into an organisation now and they've chosen to make a career change, whether the bosses of those companies would really immediately get it. I think that the ones that have got vision, who can see the future, absolutely. But you've got to remember, in this current climate, there are lots of people who want a career shift. The problem is, in this current climate, companies are looking at cutting costs. Yeah. So are they going to hire an intern with experience? And I believe you should always pay interns, by the way. Manuri, my intern, always gets paid. She's come back to us, by the way. She left and came back.
Just when you thought she was out, you put her back in.
So pleased, she's brilliant. But I think so bosses can see this as an opportunity where you can hire a really experienced person on an intern salary. The amount of benefit you can get for that could be amazing.
I'm with you on that. So we'll explore that at another point. Also, the other thing, before we get to mentoring, and it's why I thought mentoring would be a topic for today, because it comes up in your piece. It's not what your piece is about, but your latest blog. So your blog is something that we touched on last week as well. Yeah. It's very much that the idea that you need to stay in touch with people and how important it is to communicate and stay,
even more so now,
if you like.
Even more so now when people are struggling, people are concerned, and even senior people are going, if I get let go, what's going to happen to me next?
Do you know what was interesting to me was you talk about Mackenzie Jones. And you say that we've always been old school since day one, and we've always focused on staying in touch. And you're honest about it, and you say it's not easy.
No.
But what gets me about it is the fact that being in contact with people, communicating with people, is considered old school now. We've got this kind of mobile phone etiquette thing of if you don't message first, you shouldn't really be calling somebody because you might be disturbing them.
I'll give you a good example of this. You go into a restaurant these days and look how people are interacting. People are eating their food while looking at their phones.
What's the first thing you do? You take a photo of your food now.
I have to because my son, the Marine, is a foodie. When I go on a flight, if I'm traveling business, which is very rare, I have to take a picture of the menu. He likes to go on a gastronomic journey through me.
Okay. It's just the look on your face that you did a double take there, just for the record. Well, fair enough.
But
if that's what you like.
But you go into a restaurant and people aren't talking anymore because I think we've lost the ability to engage with people. And when it becomes difficult, the conversation dries up. People go onto their phones. It's almost. I see people. I saw a couple in a restaurant the other day, and beautiful-looking people chatting away. As soon as the food came, they both got on their phones and they were eating their food, and occasionally would show each other the screens. But didn't talk. And I was a bit dismayed at thinking that that's life. If there's a real lack of communication. I think if you look at the workplace now, one of the things that we can solve a lot of problems with is by talking to people. Get them to understand what's going on. I'm talking to my team today about what's going on this month. I'm doing a town hall about what's happening in the Middle East, what's happening to Mackenzie Jones, what the future is for us.
Right.
And I've got to say, not all of that's going to be positive. But my view is I should say that because at least they understand what I'm thinking, what I'm doing to get out of this situation.
Well, there's an element of, isn't there? Talking things through helps you to face a situation, helps you to prepare for a situation. And if you bury your head in the sand, the situation is still there.
But I think people don't sometimes face up to reality very much. And I think that the advent of social media means you can bury yourself in reels and what somebody else is doing, somebody else's existence. And I think that the biggest thing I think has happened over the last 10 years is the younger generation, certainly my kids' age, are losing the ability to interact with people on a one-on-one basis. I don't think that's everyone, by the way. My kids don't. They're very anti-social media. I don't know why, because I'm quite social media savvy. But I look at people and you can almost see that their first reaction when they sit down is not to chat to the waiter or chat to somebody else. It's to pick up their phone and have their coffee, and they don't read a book. They literally sit on their phone and scroll.
This could go on a long time, but you're right.
But I'm thinking from a business perspective that the one thing I've learned as you become more senior in business, the one thing that's made me in my industry a bit more special is that I can speak to people, and I make a point every day. I speak to 5 clients. So I speak to 20.
So is that like an unwritten aim for the day?
5 clients a day.
Were you kind of mentally ticking it off as you?
Really? Some days I'll do 3 if I'm busy, and I'll do 6 on the next day. I try and do 20 a week.
Always a check-in.
Hi, how are you? I spoke to one client the other day. She's in Thailand. She goes, God, you're the only person that's reached out to me. I said, how are you? How you coping? She goes, I'm on a beach in Thailand. How do you think I'm coping? And I said, look, I'm keen to talk to you about business. She goes, actually, I've got 3 roles for you. When I get back, can I give you a call?
Wow.
Happy days.
See, if you did that to me, I'd think, what do you want?
Yeah, a lot of people do, but because if you know me, you know what I'm like, and I check in constantly. My view is that each of my senior people should get a check-in probably 6 times a year minimum.
Fair enough. Okay, so really, that's what your whole thing is about. So, right at the end of your blog, moral of the story: keeping in contact will always pay dividends for both the candidate and the recruiter.
Yeah.
But it's how you do it as well. Because you're quite. I don't mean smooth. Smooth would be. I don't mean that in a smarmy way, but you're able to do it in a genuine way.
I'm an extrovert, and I'm very conscious that most of the population are not. I'm a reluctant extrovert. Let me rephrase that. Sometimes I don't want to do these things, but I force myself to do them.
Fair enough.
And there are some people I don't want to talk to because I don't particularly get on with them socially, personally, but they're great clients. So I think in that respect, I will phone up a client to keep in contact. We may never connect on a personal level, but we connect on a business level. So you've always got to remember you don't have to be that person's friend.
Yeah, okay. Oh, you're looking at me there. I don't like that piercing gaze. But I thought, again, I feel like every time you come in here, you write a blog, I'm like, oh, I like your blog. But I did like that because I think the keeping in contact thing, particularly when you haven't for a while.
Yes.
You know, how many times have you said to somebody, I haven't seen you for ages. Oh, we should catch up. We should do this. And there should be less of that.
I haven't seen my mate Rohit for 7 months. I messaged him the other day. Do you fancy going on the bikes down the beach this morning? And he went, yeah, brilliant. We had a lovely ride, caught up with him and his family, what he's doing job-wise. And he's having a bit of a problem because he's looking for a job. So it was a really nice segue to engage with a friend I haven't seen for a long time.
It's an admirable trait, I think. So, well, let's move from that. It's a positive position, I think, to mentoring and experience. 2 of the maybe the most powerful accelerators of growth, you could argue. Multipliers, not just nice to have. When you get them together, I think there's a huge difference can be made.
Yes.
Would you agree?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think there's a really good article on the. Do you remember NatWest in UK?
The bank.
Yeah, natwestgroup.com. There's a really good article I found it a couple of days ago when we were thinking about this, about mentors and mentees and how to identify people and how to work that process.
Right.
Really good article. We can share it somewhere, I'm sure, somewhere.
Yeah.
But it's very good. It talks about why you should get one, how to identify them, how to work with them, and the outcomes. 4 things, basically.
Mm-hmm. I've got a few things I want to put to you here
Go for it.
about why mentoring and experience matters so much. And I'm interested, I'll make some points and then you can add or subtract or agree or disagree as we kind of work through this. Mentoring gives you shortcuts that experience can't. It teaches you, experience teaches you through sort of trial and error. You've got to make the mistakes to learn from them, obviously. But a mentor teaches you through their trial and error.
Absolutely.
So it's kind of that's the shortcut thing. So what that means is, I've got 4 things here. You potentially can avoid the mistakes that have already been paid for by the mentor.
Yeah, absolutely.
Poor person. You learn in months, perhaps, what took them years. If you listen, the point is obviously taking it on board. Faster clarity, because it's like a potentially a light bulb moment. And you don't kind of have to go down those little turns in the road, the unnecessary detours. So it kind of collapses time.
Yeah. But also it's a really good, if you've got a problem, who do you typically turn to? You wouldn't sometimes turn to your boss because you feel like you're exposing yourself a bit more about your lack of experience or lack of knowledge.
Yeah.
You'd turn to your friends who probably aren't qualified to give you a decision. You'd turn to family members. And again, similar thing. You know, your mum's not going to be able to tell you how to do things unless your dad's in the same industry as you. So a mentor is really good because you can measure them going, look, I've got this situation at work. If you've got 5 minutes, I can just run it past you. And it's a very good sounding board for an issue.
That's right. And if you've picked the right mentor, we'll come to picking mentors later. That's another key thing in this. But if you have the guts to go to somebody and say, look, I really would like to use you as a sounding board, to use you as a mentor, if you can bridge that kind of gap and you get the right person, you have hopefully, if you've picked the right person, somebody with no skin in the game.
Yes.
Who is able to be impartial, is able to separate themselves from the emotions that you may be running through about, I don't know, a decision or a career move, whatever it is. And I think that's a really important thing to imagine. But it's also finding that person, isn't it?
And that's the difficult thing because I've been a mentor to quite a few people. I'm not a mentor to anyone at the moment. And a couple have asked me in the last couple of years to be mentors, and I've said no.
Okay.
And there's a reason why. I don't have the time to do it at the moment, and I don't have the time to do it properly. So, plus also the 2 people that wanted me to mentor them weren't the right people for me to mentor.
Okay.
That makes sense.
In what way?
They were in my industry, different company. Their reasons for asking me to be a mentor were the wrong reasons. The reasons they were asking me, because I'm a senior person in the recruitment, most people know of me. I think it was more a question of, I know David and David's helping me. Whereas the mentor I had about 2 years ago was in recruitment. And they said to me, I don't want to announce that I'm mentoring with you. I don't want anything to be talked about. I just want you, once a month, if you can commit to it, for me to just give you a sound check on my career, where I'm going. And if I have any issues, do you mind if I WhatsApp you? Not call you, WhatsApp you, because I know you're busy. She was amazing. She's done really well, actually. Not down to me, but she's just really good. She was at a very junior stage in her recruitment career, within a client, not an agency, by the way.
Okay.
So
the motivation for asking you was entirely different to the 2 people subsequently.
Because I was...
It was more of a connection thing.
Yeah, because I'm a well-known recruiter in this industry. I've been a long time. Most people know of me. It was almost like, well, David's mentoring me, so, you know, if he's doing it...
I'm going to post about this. I'm going to...
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, that's not right.
And I don't think... Honestly, I was going to say, I think you're overplaying that a bit, but fair enough. I think when you choose a mentor, you need to choose it for a number of reasons. Maybe we go on to that in a minute, but...
Well, we will. Yeah. There's a number of things to talk about. Mentors giving perspective that you maybe can't see yourself. The experience side, the idea that experience builds confidence as well. Yeah. That can impart confidence, but the kind of confidence that you just can't fake, not bravado. You know, real. I think I'm on the right path, kind of thing. The growth journey, and there may be mentors opening some doors. Subliminally opening doors as well. There's a lot to discuss. We're talking to David McKenzie from McKenzie Jones. You can get in touch with us on the programme if you like as well. info@mira.fm or whatsapp.mira.fm if you have a question that we will continue. Right now, it's the news at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, the sound of success.
Good morning, it's 10:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Dubai authorities are warning residents about a gold jewelry scam. Local media reports fraudsters are advertising gold at unusually low prices on social media to attract buyers. The deals somehow appear genuine to victims. However, on purchases, they often receive fake or low-quality gold or nothing at all. Officials are urging buyers to deal only with trusted jewelers and avoid offers that seem too good to be true. Elon Musk's company SpaceX has filed for a confidential IPO with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. If it goes public, SpaceX could be worth over $1 trillion, making it one of the biggest stock market debuts ever. Musk's stake could also make him the world's first trillionaire. The company hopes to raise $50 billion to more or by selling shares and will soon meet investors to pitch the IPO. Germany has lowered its economic growth outlook due to rising energy prices. Reports say growth is now expected at over 0.5% in 2026 and around 1% next year. This follows last year's growth of about 0.2%. Analysts say higher energy costs are reducing household spending and increasing costs for businesses. Inflation is expected to rise to nearly 3% over the next 2 years. Experts say energy prices will continue to put pressure on the economy. Oil prices surged after comments from U.S. President Donald Trump on the Iran conflict. Brent and U.S. crude both jumped nearly 5% following his speech. Brent crude rose to around $106 a barrel, while U.S. WTI moved above $103. The gains came as President Trump signaled continued military action, raising concerns about supply disruptions. Analysts say fears over the Strait of Hormuz and global supply are driving volatility in oil markets. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Morning Drive. At the moment, we are talking careers and business and personal development growth, the importance of mentoring in the first instance, and the experience that you can kind of almost fast track when it comes to that. That's what we're talking about. David McKenzie is here, CEO of McKenzie Jones. So we were mentioning that mentoring can offer you a few shortcuts in experience terms. You can avoid some mistakes if they've already been made. Second point I wanted to make to you is this. Mentors give you perspective you can't see yourself. You know, when you're very close to, I don't know, your own career and you're following your path, and we can be a little bit, I suppose, tunnel vision, really, can't we? Mentors, if you've picked the right person, once again, can kind of widen your perspective, offer you a different picture.
Yes. I had a mentor once when I was at Monster.com, and I was the MD of the region.
Was it a thing though, all those years ago?
Yeah.
Was it really? Wow.
It's called your Colonel. And it was, he was really good because I used to go to him with issues, and he said, you do realise being a mentor is not about you funding with problems. It's about me guiding you in your journey through your career. And I said to him, I don't need that. I'm doing really well. And he goes, you are now, but at some stage you're going to trip. And you need somebody like me there to tell you when you're about to trip.
Did that check your momentum?
No,
Did that make
massive trip.
Really? Okay.
Fell, smashed my head against the wall, and had to reboot myself. Yeah. I was. I think
was a moment.
Yeah, I believed I was pretty better than I was because all around me was telling me I was really good, and he was very good about telling me that. You know, there's a classic thing in Roman literature. When Caesar came into Rome and a triumvirate, there was a slave behind him saying in his ear, "You are not a god. You are not a god."
Oh,
so it's a very interesting thing that it's a very hard thing to admit that, I think, in many ways, because when you are, you're doing extremely well, your perception is you're really good. You almost need somebody behind the scenes to go, "You are, but look at what you're not doing."
it's something that most of us don't do very well.
No.
The self-examination thing, or looking at, what did I do there that I could have done better? And it's one of the things in this profession, actually, that is good. I get loads of stuff wrong, but over the years, you get, it's called air checking, and you'll be dragged in and, forced to listen to what you've been doing.
Oh, really?
And it depends where you are. It depends on the radio station you work at or the TV station you're at. But you tend to be air checked it's usually quarterly. And there are occasions when outside consultants will be brought in. And what they will do is tear apart your introduction to a program or an interview or a link or whatever it is. And there are times when it's really difficult and it's quite hard to take and it's brutal.
Oh, that is brutal.
But it's no more brutal than the text machine in front of you when somebody tells you what they really think of something you've just said. You have to deal with that.
I was on a program the other day doing a radio interview, and I happened to be beside the text machine, and it came up.
I know.
Along the lines of, David doesn't know what he's talking about.
and you think, but then everybody's opinion is valid, and it's fine. It's just what somebody says.
I think actually,
that's okay.
That person was factually correct.
Well, there you go.
So I was like, fair enough, please explain where you, and they explained. I went, yeah, good point. I think you're right.
But it is good because it forces you to examine what you've done and to think, because we go through thinking, yeah, I'm great, I've argued that brilliantly and I'm perfect at this. And actually, none of us are. So the realization that, you have somebody, i.e. a mentor, around you who's maybe going to tell you the truth.
Yes.
Which is what your friends should be doing. But
your friends don't.
Well, very often, your real friends do.
Yeah, oh God, mine do. Mine are savage.
Are they brutal with you?
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot to be brutal about.
Exactly. One of them did say to me the other day, I heard your interview and I didn't think you were as good as you usually were. And I went, why? And he said, because of these reasons. I went, fair enough.
Reasonable.
Yeah, they were wrong.
Were they? So you do need a mentor. That's the point.
No, but the Julius Caesar thing's always stuck with my arts teacher told me when I was back at boarding school when I was like 12. And he said, never be afraid to be wrong. And he said the Julius Caesar thing, because Caesar was the biggest, he was the most powerful person in the world at the time. He was having a triumph, which is the big celebration when they come into Rome.
Right.
And he had a slave behind him whispering in his ear. Very, very clever.
I've never heard that before. I like that.
Yeah.
So perspective is really important.
Yeah.
Keeping it real, I suppose,
Yes.
in a sort of modern parlance. So when you're in the middle of your journey, your path, your business, direction, it's kind of hard to see the bigger picture.
Yeah.
Because focus is obviously so important. So mentors can then look at you and say, look, there's a blind spot there. Think about that. You can challenge the assumptions that you make or the decisions that you make. Push you a little bit outside of your comfort zone to make you.
And it's a safe space. You can say to your mentor, I've done this. I think I should have done that. So you can. It's almost like a vacuum. You can talk about issues you've faced and how you've handled them. And if a mentor's good, they'll say, "Yeah, you probably could have done it slightly differently."
And strategic as well. Rather, you know, most of us we kind of react to situations. Most of us are not that proactive, I guess, or lots of people. And a mentor can see that. Hopefully, the right mentor can see that. Can see what you could grow into.
Well, I think now is a very important time for people to take a check, because the market is tough. It's going to be tough for the next 6 months, say. Hopefully it'll get better. You are going to be in a position where you're going to have to, if you're a senior leader, you're going to have to show your business how you are going to get this company out of this problem. And you've got to take your people with you, because they will follow you if they believe you. Telling them means they won't follow you. So as a mentor, you've almost got to, if I had a mentor now, and probably should have one actually, I would say, right, this is what I'm going to do in the next couple of months. These are my outcomes. This is why I'm doing it. And it'd be really good to see what their thought process is. I don't know how, actually interesting. I've had mentors, but I've not had a mentor in the last 20 years.
That's a long time.
Yeah, and it's not because I'm a senior person, it's because I've not identified a person that I've really thought is amazing that I would connect with. There's lots of really good people, lots of clients that are amazing, lots of, I've got a mate called John Sano, he's a futurologist, he's an amazing guy, he's a global thinker. But I need to have, and this is when you choose a mentor, you need to be able to, when you go through this process of finding a mentor, you need to go through like an interview process. You need to see 6 or 7 of them. Don't pick the first one. They have to fit with you socially, fit with you commercially, fit with you personality-wise, but also challenge you.
So, is there an interview process for a mentor?
I believe so. Absolutely.
Okay.
You as somebody looking for a mentor should go through a process of identifying what you want from a mentor. Do you want guidance? Do you want leadership? Put the things down, identify the 5 or 6 people you want, and then literally sit with them and go, well, why would you be a good mentor? Have you got time? What's your diary like? What's your commitment like? Where have you ever mentored somebody before? Can I speak to that person you mentored?
Okay, so my guess is, look, I've never had a mentor either. I've never had a mentor. You've had some, but not for some time. Yeah. It's interesting that you say maybe that's something I should be thinking about at the moment. We'll come back to that.
Just thinking about that now, actually.
But maybe it's just this conversation. You'll get away and you'll think, oh.
No, I think as I've got more experienced in my career, and I'm a crossroads, as you well know now in my career, and I think it's a good time for me to engage with somebody that probably is going to be younger than me, that has a different perspective on life.
Well, I was going to ask that. If at what stage, when should you be thinking about looking for that mentoring and looking to benefit from somebody else's experience? At what stage of your career? And at what stage should the mentor be in their career? How much older should ideally a mentor be, or younger?
I think when you start your career, you'll start, and you won't even think about this for 5 years. But I think at that point you ought to be thinking, right, I'm convinced that recruitment is my career. Who are the key people in this industry I think do really interesting things? Can I connect up with them, and will they be my mentor? So I think from about, let's say 30 onwards, you should constantly have some sort of mentor in your life, whether they're active or passive, it doesn't matter. But you always need a sounding board. And I think for me, I'm thinking, because this has stimulated the conversation I should be having myself. Maybe I should find somebody now and go, right, what's the next stage of my career?
Okay, but you said somebody younger there. Is somebody younger the right person to ask?
I don't know, but I'm thinking about it. I'm going to probably...
Well, it's perspective, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm going to put together a list of 6 or 7 people I think are good. And I might have different mentors for different things. Somebody might be more commercial, somebody might be recruitment based. I don't know. It's an interesting one, actually. I think what you've got to do is you've got to think, right, I want a mentor to help me in my career. So what do I need in my career that a mentor can help me with? Have they got experience in what I do? Tick. Have they got longevity in their career? Have they made mistakes? Have they done good things? Tick. Do I culturally and personally fit with them? And that's a key thing, by the way, because picking somebody you like isn't necessarily the right mentor. Picking somebody that makes you think and makes you question your decisions is the right way of doing it.
You have to separate yourself, don't you, of approaching somebody because, I don't know, it's not about currying favor, or it's about picking the person that will be, I think it's much more about the person that will be honest with you and direct with you.
Also, what are they going to get out of it?
Well, I was thinking that when you were talking there, what do you offer a mentor in order to make this? Because the relationship has to work both ways.
It's a difficult one, isn't it?
It is hard.
I think what actually, there's two things as having been a mentor, and you mentioned this in the very beginning. It's about giving something back, and that's a philanthropic thing. It's a soul thing. It's about giving back to your industry or to your whatever.
There's a point at which I was listening to a podcast this morning, and one of the presenters said exactly that. You know, I'm at this age now. This guy's in his early 60s, I think. It's two musicians talking, but it was just, I'm doing stuff for, it was a venue in London, I think, and they were trying to raise money for the arts and for arts education. And he said, I'm at this age where I want to give back. And it is very much, I think, for a lot of people who would mentor people or would want to mentor people, it's about being able to offer something to give back.
And I'd love to do that. I mean, when I leave the Middle East or whatever point, or when I leave Mackenzie Jones, I want to be in a situation I can influence people who are beginning their journey in recruitment or midway through, so they can learn everything I've done in the Middle East, the mistakes I've made, the things I've done well, what I would change. And I think if I could give them a shortcut to some of those things, for me it'd be great. The other part of the mentor bit is as you get older, you become more reflective, I think, as an individual.
Probably true.
And I think in those times, it's really good to reflect on maybe in your current career as an MD of a recruitment company, some of the things I'm doing now, that mentee might say, well, why are you doing that?
Yeah, okay. I mean, most of my reflective stuff is, why did I do that? It's usually the face palm. Did I really say that?
Oh, I do that. Sometimes I'll have my first coffee and I'll go, I did that 10 years ago. Why did I do that? But again, if you can stop somebody doing one of those things or thinking about it before it hits you, fantastic.
Well, that's the experience side, isn't it? That is so crucial to this. What about the idea that mentors can open doors? And I'm not, I don't mean mentors opening doors to new positions or, the right club or whatever. It's just the fact that connections matter, as you have pointed out today already. But in terms of maybe recommending you if there is an opportunity, not putting you forward. It's just the idea that it can open doors in that direction, or maybe introducing you to the right people. Oh, you should meet this guy. He's great or she's,
But why do people do that?
Side.
And this is another benefit for having a good mentee is, as a mentor, you want to be seen as your peer group to be able to give stuff back to them. Yes. And if they go, well, I'm looking for this recruitment director for this company, I'll go, what about Tim? He's great. I've been working with him for 2 years. He's ex-company, he's ex-Mackenzie Jones. He gets it. He's ready for his move. You've saved that person time, effort. You've done a personal recommendation, and that's benefited you as the mentor.
It's how you handle that, isn't it? In that relationship, so that it's balanced and it's offering something back. If you're not expecting, but if there is a hope or a desire that it may open doors.
Yeah, that's a difficult one.
That
shouldn't be the main goal. I think you've got to set your mentoring schedule out from day one. I will meet you 12 times a year, only 12 times. Once a month we'll meet up.
Okay.
Because I'm busy.
And you need to set a frequency.
Absolutely.
For that. Okay.
And in that we will have an hour and we will discuss whatever you want to discuss. If you have an issue, if you have a problem, WhatsApp me.
Okay.
So there's always the accessibility of that mentor.
It's almost like a sponsor.
It very similar, yeah. What it shouldn't be is we're going to meet weekly, because I don't know about you, my weeks are rammed. And there's no way I'm going to give enough time to that individual. If it's in my diary for once a month that I'm meeting whatever Tim, then at least I can as a mentor, I can prepare beforehand. What's he written on LinkedIn? What have his blogs been? What's he been doing? We talked about this last time. What's he done to resolve these things? At least you then have an agenda when your mentee comes and chats with you.
So if I asked you to mentor me, and it's once a month, and we agree on that, what's the protocol around it? Is it that you would meet in a neutral place, a cafe? Who pays for the coffee? You know, all of the stuff.
Well, morally, I would say if you're
the mentee, you should pay for the coffee.
You should do, and I think meeting in a relaxed environment. This is not a business meeting.
No.
So meet in a relaxed environment, but be very clear. You have 1 hour. Morning, afternoon, whatever the mentor is available, you fix that time. You make time. Never cancel the meeting.
Is that one of the rules that you live by in your business life as well?
I don't cancel meetings. I never push meetings. If I can't make a meeting, I'll tell you 2 or 3 days in advance.
Okay.
I will not do it 20 minutes before I'm sorry, something's come up. Nothing comes up that important. I've run massive groups. I've never been in a situation where something has come up where it means I've had to cancel a meeting. The only time was 9/11.
Probably an extenuating circumstance.
Very extenuating. Yes, but my point being, people in the Middle East are terrible. People cancel meetings on a whim because they can't be bothered, they've got something better to do, or they just have forgotten about it.
Well, sometimes you just get a better offer.
And that's wrong.
Which is poor.
I judge that with my friendship group, the ones that when I arrange to have breakfast with turn up every time, the ones go, I can't come, I've got something at work. No, you haven't. You've just found something better to do, or you're sleeping. My Spanish mate.
You're very cynical.
Always sleeping.
Always on siesta time. Yeah, well,
Scorchio.
There's a stereotype for you. That's terrible. Duck. All right then. So let me ask you this: if you were to identify how the ways that you would. The things you need to do to pick the right mentor, because this is the real key to all of this. See, I would contend, maybe, that a mentor should be, generally speaking, 99% of the time older than you.
Yes.
That makes a lot of sense. There are some extenuating circumstances. If you're, professional athlete, maybe you want to talk to the world champion, but that's different. Older than you, generally speaking, in the same industry or in some way connected.
Absolutely.
So that you can connect experience-wise. But what else should you be looking for?
The culture fit, the personality fit.
You've said that a
do they
couple of
fit
times.
with you? Do you get a sense the mentor is interested in doing this, really wants to do it? Do they know, when you meet with them, you'll probably know them anyway. They will have investigated your LinkedIn profile. They would have probably asked people in the industry a bit about you. When they come and see you, see what they think about you. See what questions they ask you.
See what they know about you as
exactly.
well.
I mean, it's like, I imagine it's like a date. When you go out and if somebody's interested in you, not within the first 10 minutes, don't you? Well, I assume so back in 1980.
Back in Victorian times when children were still sent up chimneys?
I met my wife later than that, so it wasn't 1980. Do you know what I mean? It's the culture thing. When you walk into a room, you don't know anyone, you will work your way around and meet the different people. You immediately know who you're going to click with.
It's a remarkable thing, but you are right. So essentially, when you meet your mentor or a few of the mentors or the people you're considering to be a mentor, you probably know. You may know before you go in, but and
this is why. In your heart you want Tim because he's got 25 years in this industry. He's done this company which you really admire, this company you really admire. He's doing this show now you really like. So what were you starting your broadcast career? Tim's been through this all and now he's doing this. There's a lot you can give.
Right.
But what you need to do is you need to meet 5 or 6 of these people to make sure you've got the right one, because you might just have more than one mentor, by the way.
Well, that's the point. But also, you might be picking a mentor based on the fact that you like or you perceive that you will like them,
Absolutely.
and that's maybe an easier route because you may get the answers that you kind of want to hear rather than the answers you need.
One of my clients who I'm still friends with now, 20 years later, I first met her as the HRD for a tobacco company, and she was horrible, absolutely horrible.
Really?
She said to me, "I don't like recruiters. Don't want to deal with you." And she said, "I'm not. You can do some work for us, but I don't want to use you." And I said, "Okay, right. Well, this is a dead meeting, isn't it?" And she went, "No." I said, "Give me a chance to prove myself." And she gave me one chance. I did it, and now we are good friends now, 20 years later.
Do you think you've changed her? Did you have an effect on her mindset a little bit? Because that sounds like somebody that's been through some bad times with.
Yes, absolutely. She's actually a really lovely person. She's South African, so she's quite blunt, but she's a really nice person. She's got a very good soul, and she would be a brilliant person to mentor somebody because she's quite blunt. She's very direct, but she's got a very nice personality, and look at their family background. What are they? Do they have kids? Are they married? Do they give stuff back to charities? What do they do outside of work that makes them a good person? Are they a sports person? Are they competitive? You've got to really, really research this person before you take them as a mentor.
Okay, and hence the cultural fit is so
super important.
Okay,
and don't necessarily choose the same nationality as you. So, typically we go for Europeans because we're European. Don't go for an Indian, go for a Pakistani, go for a Russian. Do somebody who's got a different slant on life.
I think that's pretty good advice to choose somebody who is of a different nationality, obviously a little bit older, male or female. That I suppose that depends on lots of different things. It doesn't really. I'm not sure that has much of an impact.
No, women and men are equally as good at giving this advice. Women are probably better because they're less emotional.
Do you think so?
As in business-wise, I find women, are more emotional, less emotional, more emotional.
I was going to say that's why I did a double take there.
More emotional because they understand maybe some of the nuances of relationships. Where if you've got a senior male that is driven hard, often they may not have understand how people have felt.
I'd go a little bit further now. I'd say women understand that there are nuances in relationships, full stop.
Okay, yeah.
Whereas I'm just like, I'm in a relationship. What's it like?
Love you.
That's exactly. It's like, that's what you need to say.
Even Farage is laughing at that one.
Farage is recently married. Got a lot to learn.
Oh, but there you go. I'm almost 30 years in. Yeah. I've got like a stripe, that when you get promoted in the army, my arm's full of stripes now.
You got a bunch of medals.
I have actually got a medal. Yeah,
you have. You got one of those. That's a different story. What else do you need to look for in a mentor?
I think you need to look at where you want to go with that mentor. So, do you want to improve your knowledge of the marketplace, your skills as an individual? The particular industry and how you would move up it. So you've got to figure out all those things. It's a comprehensive checklist. And I think ultimately you've got to choose a mentor because you want to get something out of it. And it's a very defined what that is. So example, when I was at Monster, I wanted a mentor because I was restructuring Monster in Europe. I was under a huge amount of stress and I was making decisions very quickly. So I said to this person, look, I don't know if I'm making these decisions with enough knowledge. I'm just making decisions. So I want to be able to come to you and say, look, I'm doing this. This is the outcome I want. What do you think about this the way I'm doing it? A lot of the time, this was another lady, she said to me, look, you're too blunt on that, or you need to finesse that a bit, or I think the outcome of this conversation will be very different to what you expect. She was pretty much spot on.
And got it right, and you learned a great deal from it.
She was. I've had 3 mentors. She was one of my best, and she was much older than me. I was about 30. She was about 61, I think.
Right.
And she was just, the way she looked at things was very clear. Now I'm older, I understand how she just didn't have any She didn't have any skin in the game. She didn't worry what I was doing. She didn't work for my company. She worked for the media and she worked for a big ad agency. She was a chief exec. But she was really keen to see someone like me progress up through the ranks. Unfortunately, she died last year, but she was a lovely woman, and she kept in contact with me all the way through from my 30s to my 50s.
So you really got something from it. And I guess if anybody's listening or watching this now and you think, well, this is not for me, but I feel like I'm in a place where I'm stuck. You feel stuck in some way. Maybe this is something that you could.
And by the way, your first couple of mentors won't work. Okay. You get it wrong. Don't worry about it. You will find somebody eventually.
Keep plugging.
Yeah, I just think you whenever in life, you're not splendid isolation. You're not in a situation where you know all the answers. Even me at my advanced career age, I still don't know all the answers. I need advice. I need guidance. I need people to talk to.
Don't say that out loud. You're here because you have the answers.
I make that bit up. Jazz, my CFO, is the MD of my. I talk to him about everything because he has a very different perspective. He's not a recruiter.
Right.
He's a CFO, but he's the MD of one of our groups. He's brilliant because he doesn't think like a recruiter. He thinks like a finance guy. So when we talk, we have very different perspectives.
Jazz, you're an in-house mentor by the sound of things, which is maybe not a bad thing to have. The reason for talking about this now is because it is tough times and there are going to be tough days ahead. And I think maybe mentoring is one way of getting more
absolutely
in terms of perhaps career advancement or satisfaction, whatever it is you're looking for from a mentor. I just think it's an interesting thing to talk about.
I believe this is
my
next blog.
There's something in it because there's a great deal to learn from people who've been through things. We know that, but translating that into a mentor in business is a leap for some people and something that a lot of people don't do.
Think from a you look at the military. The reason why the most seasoned people are the ones training you is because they've done it before.
Yeah, exactly right.
Same in business.
Yeah. No, it is exactly the same. Look, we're way over time, unfortunately. David McKenzie is the CEO. He is the grand poobah. He's the heavy hitter at Mackenzie Jones.
Poobah.
Anyway, I like that. Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you very much.
Good to have you here. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning. It's slightly after 11 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Consumer prices rose in South Korea by over 2% last month, driven mainly by higher oil prices. The increase was linked to rising global energy costs amid ongoing tensions in the Middle East. Petroleum prices saw the biggest jump, with fuel costs rising sharply compared to last year. Core inflation, which excludes oil, food, and energy, also increased, showing broader price pressure in the economy. Elon Musk's company SpaceX has filed for a confidential IPO with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. If it goes public, SpaceX could be worth over $1 trillion, making it one of the biggest stock market debuts ever. Musk's stake could also make him the world's first trillionaire. The company hopes to raise $50 billion or more by selling shares and will soon meet investors to pitch the IPO. Oil prices surged after comments from U.S. President Donald Trump on Iran conflict this morning. Brent and U.S. crude both jumped nearly 5% following his speech. Brent crude rose to around $106 a barrel. The gains came as President Trump signaled continued military action, raising concerns about supply disruptions. Analysts say fears over the Strait of Hormuz and global supply are driving volatility in oil markets. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at $66,600 and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.38 Indian rupees, 76.22 Pakistani rupees, 33.48 Bangladeshi taka, 16.50 Philippine peso, 14.57 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.86 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
This is the Morning Drive at Mira Business FM. My name is Tim Elliott. What's richer? There's a question. A high salary or good financial habits? So this morning, the real formula for being rich. That's next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
This morning on the Morning Drive, It's the real formula for getting rich. There you go. There's a headline. That will probably be the reel on Instagram, and then the rest of it, I have no idea. But there's a lot to talk about here. James Thomas is with me, independent financial consultant. Nice to see you.
Likewise. Good morning.
Good to have you here. So,
there's a headline. There's no pressure.
No pressure at all.
Secret.
Yeah, how
The secret.
How do you do it in one sentence? That's all I need. And then you can go.
Then we can go.
Have
It's
some
finished.
cake. We'll go home, drink some coffee. Everything will be fine. No, the idea here is what's better? What is richer, a high salary or good financial habits? Because there's a lot of confusion between the two.
Yes.
I think that's where we'll start. So a high salary can look rich. Right?
Yes, a high salary gives that
Seems
impression.
it.
I'm earning lots of money. Must therefore be rich.
It's the financial habits that increase wealth, i.e.
Very much
actually
so.
make you rich. And that's the point. So it's something that I think a lot of us learn really the hard way. Income, hopefully, is permanent throughout your life. It's probably not going to be that way. So income is temporary. There are going to be phases where perhaps you're not on.
Well, I think if we,
the income you want.
just as an aside on that, but I think it's an important point to make, and I think we've discussed way back at the beginning of these sessions that, there's a question we often ask to our clients and prospects, and if you couldn't work for a month, what would you do? Well, I'd be fine. I've saved 3-6 months salary if I've taken the right advice. Okay, so what would happen if you didn't work for a year? Yeah, I'd scrape by. Okay, if that was 5 years, wow, that'd be really hard. Okay, if you never worked again.
Yes.
And you get that blank look, the concern. Well, that's what retirement is. Now, hopefully, as you rightly say, that you've been able to work and been able to earn a salary until that point. So when you make the decision to stop working. But of course, life isn't necessarily...
Life takes twists and
turns.
Mr.
And sometimes
Thomas.
it's not that straightforward and clear cut. And therefore, hence why we need a plan, a financial plan. Hence why I'm here, and this is why we've got so much to discuss.
Okay, well done and dusted. There we go. Thanks very much. But the point is, you're absolutely right. It's a really good way to make that point. Far better than I could, actually. Income is temporary, but the habits that you have, that you hopefully try and, inculcate with people, that's what's really important. So what I want to do today is break it down so that we can look at it in a way that really matters. So a real life kind of attitude towards this. Okay. So good habits make you stay rich. A high salary is the way that you feel rich, and it's the habits.
That's
keep
so
reinforcing
well put.
habits.
Feel rich rather than actually being rich.
Exactly right.
Yes.
Okay, so here's a point. Let me just put this to you, and I'll let you comment, because I've basically put together lots of different headlines. And I think lots of them you'll agree with, and if you disagree, fine, let's talk about it. A high salary without discipline, without the good habits, can lead to, and this is what we talked about last time, lifestyle creep. So bigger
Very
rent,
much so.
bigger
It's
car,
a common feature.
bigger
right.
everything.
You get a pay rise, a promotion with a better salary, or you get a new job. Great. But then suddenly you upgrade your house, you upgrade your car, you start eating out more. Well, whatever that percentage increase that you've been able to achieve through hard work, suddenly it's all going out the door as quickly as it's come in. So while your lifestyle has got better, so you've got a lovely house, apartment, whatever it may be, you've got a better car on the drive, in the garage underneath, you're going to nicer restaurants, so you're eating better food, but does that make you rich?
That's a very good question, and it's the perception of your lifestyle being better, because there are other things that come with earning higher salaries, particularly if you haven't sorted out an investment strategy, or you don't have an emergency fund, because stress disguised as success eats away at you, doesn't it?
Very much so. That's a good little phrase. Absolutely.
Stress is. I was quite pleased with that. But it does eat away at it, and it is a way.
And almost
there's a wake up call coming.
Yeah, but it's increasing that stress.
Well, the more you earn, the more stress you have. Generally,
potentially, often because, but dare I say, a lot of that is self-imposed, because if you have then move to that bigger house. So therefore there's a bigger mortgage or a monthly rent that needs to be paid. If you have upgraded the car and it's on a finance deal, well, then there's a monthly payment that needs to be made. You know, that the house will then have bigger running costs to keep it going. Those restaurants, the nights out, whatever it may be, yeah, it all adds up. And very quickly you find your credit card is sitting at a much higher balance, is earning, or being charged, sorry, not earning, it's earning for the credit card company, not for you, that higher rate of interest. So suddenly, yeah, you have increased that stress level when on the face of it, that promotion, that increased salary should be bringing you the opposite, financial calmness, because life should be easier because you have more wherewithal about you to
I'm
put yourself in a better financial position.
I think that's a really good point, because a lot of the stress of your working life you accept and you handle because you're building whatever you're building, family or future.
Yeah,
you're building towards financial calm. The idea.
Yeah, that's absolutely the idea. You've put yourself in that stressful position or more stressful position, with the plan being, I would assume for most people, the return of calmness because of the financial benefits that stress brings. But often we put ourselves in more stress because of the things we've just discussed.
Well, exactly. So a high salary without discipline can lead to those, all of the above, if you like.
Yeah.
Good financial habits, even with a modest income, or more modest income than the big salary and all the perks, lead to, here's a few things. Let me just run through. I've got 5 things here.
Okay.
Consistent saving. Good financial habit.
Very much so. One of the key financial habits.
One of the most important things. Automatic investing. Just the idea that this is what I do, and it's regular.
I get paid on the first, on the second I save, for me.
Exactly right. Pay yourself first, that idea.
Yes.
Controlled spending.
Yeah.
Keeping to a budget.
Again, as we've always said, we're not here to say don't go out and do those nice things. That's very much not... Because, again, much like a diet where you restrict yourself so much and the first few days and maybe a week or two, it's fine. But a month or two in, you're absolutely sick of it. So it's never that we say don't do these things, but in moderation so that you can still have something left at the end of the month.
Yeah, the idea that the financial advisor kind of tells you off because you spend too much. That's
I don't want to be that at all.
You don't want to be that guy. But there is a reality check needed.
But there needs
to
be a reality check.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so good financial habits, even with a modest income, lead to, there's another one, next heading, if you like, low debt.
Yep.
Not... some debt, I think, is reasonable debt, mortgage debt, for
mortgage,
example.
we always say, is good debt. There's again, I'm always hesitant to use the phrase, good debt, bad debt. But bad debt, very clearly, is things with high interest rates that typically have been accumulated through that excessive spending that we probably didn't need to do. That goes back to the points we've discussed in the past. Put it in the inbox, go back to it 20 minutes, a day later, whatever it may be, but just leave it there and come back and actually ask yourself, do you need that discretionary spend? So but the high interest rates are typically credit cards, then personal loans, while mortgages are much lower interest rates because they're secured against an asset.
Yes.
There's a property behind it. So that's become your home typically, but it's something tangible. There's something that you can then enjoy and use long after you've paid for it.
Hence the idea of good debt. But, good financial habits, even with modest income, lead to low debt levels is the point.
Yep.
The other heading, if you like, is long-term wealth building. And I think that's really important because all of the previous 4 lead to the long-term building for the future.
Perhaps been slightly controversial. One of the things, and rightly so for some occasions, the financial advisors have been accused of is long-term savings plans. But of course, most of us will be saving for the long term. But if we're in our 20s or 30s, a pension, you're not going to be taking it until your 50s or 60s. And then it's got to last you, hopefully, into your 80s or 90s. So, we're looking at as I make Tim choke on the thoughts of that. But yeah, it is a long-term process, and those results also accumulate over the long term. I think often, again, much like that diet, if we don't see the stones or kilos falling off immediately, people get disheartened and go back to their old ways. And it's the same with similar with what we're talking about here. It's long-term planning. It's that consistent, regular savings to build for our future.
And that's why habits beat salary every time. And that sounds kind of counterintuitive because, you know, most of us think, well, if I earn more money, then I can. But it's about the consistency. And that's what this whole kind of segment, I suppose, is trying to get across. Habits compound.
As does the interest. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. But salary doesn't do that.
Because if we get into the habit, we don't even think about it. That goes back to then the automation, which again, I think before I was a little bit hesitant of. But the things we do, we get out of bed in the morning, brush our teeth, we have some breakfast, we'll have a coffee. You know, they're just habits that are ingrained in us. And what we're implying here, and it's very much the same, we need these habits for our financial futures to be the same. We need to ingrain them to the point that they just happen. And we're comfortable with that.
We've got about 10 minutes today. Okay. So in the next 10 minutes, well, right now, actually, I'm going to reveal to you the real formula for being rich. And I have a formula. It's not mine. I stole it off the internet.
Okay.
But I'm interested to know what you think of this. And actually, when I'll break it down, here's the equation, first of all. Income multiplied by habits, okay, multiplied by time. That's the formula. That equals rich.
Yeah.
Long-term wealth. Okay.
Long-term wealth. Again, rich, different things to different people.
Well, it is. But, the idea of long-term wealth, that's generally, let's take that as our kind of definition, if you like. So here's how it breaks down. So income is that like gives you the fuel, okay?
Yep.
Habits decide whether you're going to burn the fuel or build something with the fuel.
Waste it or use it.
Build up momentum. Exactly. Yes. And the time is the compounding.
Yeah. The continuing
that's the formula.
Addition of fuel to the fire or to the pot. Yeah.
Yeah, the more bangs in the engine, sort of thing, the power of the explosion, all that kind of stuff, I suppose. And there was a line under this that I thought I wanted to put to you as well. Most of us kind of obsess over what we earn, our income. That's kind of
it is,
really
and I think it's a human.
It's a natural thing to do.
Human behaviour. And again, because we're ingrained to be competitive, am I earning more than my next door? No, it's keeping up with the Joneses is the classic phrase in the UK.
Yes.
Am I earning more than my colleague or my peers?
Yeah.
And it's that obsession as opposed to actually, what am I doing with that money?
So we worry about income. So that's the first part of the equation. Wealthy people... I forget the site. I think it was wealth.com. I can't remember. Doesn't matter. Wealthy people obsess over the next two parts of the equation, habits and time.
Yep.
And that's the key
the key elements. Yes.
Wealthy. Yeah.
Yes.
So there you go. That's how you do it. Thanks for listening.
All done.
Simple as that.
Simple as that.
But I think that's a really interesting way of looking at it. And sometimes you just have to be sort of quite stark. And again, I come back to this all the time with you, and I feel like I often feel like a broken record, but it's just being really honest with yourself. If I could not obsess over my income, and just keep working and work hard and keep building, and I got the great habits, and I do this for the necessary period of time, and that's in my head all the time, and I'm honest about it, and I keep the momentum up, hopefully keep earning, assuming everything goes well, ultimately, I'll be okay. That's where I'm going. Does that make sense?
Very much so. And again, I guess that formula really concisely summarizes what we're always trying to achieve with our clients and prospects, is to get them into a position where they are.
We should trademark it. Income times habits times time equals wealthy and happy and wise and all that kind of thing. But it's nice to be able to break something down. Because I think I'm the same as everybody. I'm thinking, I need to earn more money. I need to go and do. And actually, I have some reasonable habits, saving wise. I don't have, I'm not Mr. in debt. I don't have any high interest debt that I'm worrying about. So that's good. So mind fairly clear. I have less time because I'm older than I was last year, obviously, and the year before, but it gives me perspective.
It does. Again, another cheesy analogy is the tree. When's the best time to plant a tree? Well, 30 years ago. But when's the second best time? Today. It's just that to get into the habit of then having the tree, the sapling, tending to it, looking after it, feeding it, watering it. And that's what we're doing with our wealth. And that's the good habits that we need to get into.
Okay. So, final thing to talk about, 5 minutes. People who become truly wealthy do 3 things. Let me put the first one to you.
Yep.
Live below their emotional income, not actual income.
Oh, okay.
Below their emotional income. Okay. So the way you feel about your money. Is that a reasonable point?
It's probably one I haven't considered enough, but
it's from I guess it's US written, so it's targeted towards a very specific market and how people feel about money.
But it's that feeling. I again, if I'm guilty of anything, we get very black and white, cut and dry. This is what you need to do. But of course, there's always that emotion behind it. We are dealing with people, with feelings, with real life behind them, and absolutely, it's being in control of that emotion.
Yeah, it is. That's exactly the point. It's about control. Yeah.
Yes.
And whether you're able to do that, and that's a hard thing to learn. I'm not trying to say
no.
Oh, this is how you need to be, but that's something to consider. Another thing: invest automatically. So if you do that, you're disciplined. So you don't need additional discipline. You don't need to
because you've
punch yourself in there. Come on.
Yeah, I must do it. I've done it. I've automated it. The process is done. And hence, that's the pay yourself first, call it what you will. But it's happened. You've done it. And then it just takes that huge weight off your shoulders because I've done it. It's that task that you always put on your to-do list. Oh, I don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. And then you do it and you think, well, that wasn't so bad. And it's done.
Yeah.
And it's the same feeling or the same theory. It's just, right, I need to do this. And then it's done, and then it's happening. You've set up that direct debit standing order from your bank account, and it just happens. And it's consistently comfortable. There's another cheesy line. So it's just an amount that each month goes, and it just happens.
It's the point at which you almost don't notice it. It's funny, actually. I was paying a credit card bill last night, and I paid my phone bill, and it just did it automatically by credit card. So the idea is to build up some points that I always forget I've got. That's a different story. And then I realised there was a little bit more to pay, and I thought, I can't be bothered to pay that now. I thought, I don't want to face because it's always that much money, and the balance, and I thought, I'll just pay it, and I paid it. And then I realised that it was gone.
Done.
Didn't matter.
No.
Why was I bothered? And why have I not learned? So the thing about this, the people who truly become wealthy do 3 things. Live below emotional income is the income times habits, investing automatically, so discipline isn't required. Times time. Let time do the heavy lifting instead of chasing those quick wins, and be in it for the long term. Which is, I just thought that all of this today, that formula is kind
really
of mirrors
powerful.
What you
does
put forward.
Yes.
To everybody you talk to, I would guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope, and I certainly would hope that that's how they see the discussions that we have. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the hope. Okay, so that formula again, just so that here comes the Instagram reel.
Yep.
The real formula for being rich, James Thomas, is this equation: income times habits times time.
Love it.
That equals rich.
Rich.
In any language. Okay, so that's the idea today. But I wanted to run through all of those things because it's very kind of sectioned. And it's the difference between, the money you earn so you feel good or you look good, whether that's a perception of looking good or not, but actually getting those habits that are good for the long term. Reasonable?
Yes.
Okay, say no more. I feel like we've done everything here. We've pumped it up as much as we can. Have we not? James Thomas is an independent financial consultant. Joins us every, what are we now, Thursdays?
Thursdays.
The weekend, I know. Appreciate you joining us, James.
No,
nice
pleasure.
to see you. Good
Likewise.
to have you here. Just a reminder of podcasts that you can get from Mira Business FM. Crossroads is our global entertainment industry podcast. I think Dr. David Tully and Dima Magase from Middlesex University. They're live on Mira Business FM, but wherever you get your podcasts as well. Luxury Breaks, looking forward to an episode of that tomorrow. Jacek Ziemek joins me. He's from X Motors. He knows his supercars and his hypercars. Tomorrow, we're talking to, I'll keep secret who it is, but somebody joining us from Yas Marina Circuit who used to work for Ferrari in Formula One as well. So that's going to be an interesting conversation because if you've ever listened to what Jacek says, he is a Ferrari fanatic. And I think that's a real thing. If it's not, I'm trademarking it. That is one of our podcasts, Luxury Breaks. Look out for that wherever you get your podcasts. It's on tomorrow at 11 here at Mira Business FM as well. Right now, it's the news next.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
Good morning, it's 11:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Dubai authorities are warning residents about a gold jewelry scam. Local media reports fraudsters are advertising gold at unusually low prices on social media to attract buyers. The deals somehow appear genuine to victims. However, on purchases, they often receive fake or low-quality gold or nothing at all. Officials are urging buyers to deal only with trusted jewelers and avoid offers that seem too good to be true. Germany has lowered its economic growth outlook due to rising energy prices. Reports say growth is now expected at over 0.5% this year and around 1% in the coming year. This follows last year's growth of about 0.2%. Analysts say higher energy costs are reducing household spending and increasing costs for businesses. Inflation is expected to rise nearly 3% over the next 2 years, and experts say energy prices will continue to put pressure on the economy. Consumer prices rose in South Korea by over 2% this month, driven mainly by higher oil prices. The increase was linked to rising global energy costs amid ongoing tensions in the Middle East. Petroleum prices saw the biggest jump, with fuel costs rising sharply compared to last year. Core inflation, which excludes food and energy, also increased, showing broader price pressure in the economy. Elon Musk's company SpaceX has filed for a confidential IPO with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. If it goes public, SpaceX could be worth over $1 trillion, making it one of the biggest stock market debuts ever. Musk's stake could also make him the world's first trillionaire. The company hopes to raise $50 billion or more by selling shares and will soon meet investors to pitch the IPO. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
This is Mira Business FM. Water is something we use every day without thinking. Turning on the tap and the water is there. And here in the Gulf, to do this depends almost entirely on desalination. Now, while our regional water infrastructure has long set a global standard for innovation, the current geopolitical and environmental shifts as well are prompting what's turning out to be a vital conversation on long-term strategic resilience. And as we look at our high level of integration with desalination technology, experts are examining how we can further diversify our water security architecture to ensure stability, regardless of regional or environmental fluctuations. Now, to discuss this, we're joined by Rabi Rustam. He's a professor of water and environmental engineering at Heriot-Watt University in Dubai. Rabi, it's good to have you on the show.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for inviting me to this interview.
You're very welcome. It's good to have you with us. I wanted to start, Rabi, if you don't mind, with desalination, what it means. I mean, simply put, it's seawater transformed into drinking water through a process called reverse osmosis. I'm there, but that's pretty much as far as my knowledge goes. Could you fill in the gaps for us, first of all?
Yeah, so desalination simply, in a simple term, removing salt from the water. So there are many techniques of them. One of them is there is a reverse osmosis, and there are many other techniques and technology used to convert seawater into potable water.
Okay. Desalination plants have been around in the Gulf since, the 60s, the early 70s. These days, I think it's fair to say that GCC countries are kind of global leaders in desalination. We produce something like 40% of the world's desalinated water, over 400 desalination plants. So certainly leading the way for obvious reasons in an arid region. First question, how resilient is the region's infrastructure, desalination infrastructure, in ensuring stable water supply, do you think?
I think the GCC desalination infrastructure is among the most resilient in the world, as you have just mentioned. And over the past decades, governments in the GCC countries have invested heavily in advanced technologies and diversified production sites along different coastlines in the regions. So this means that even if one facility faces disruption, other can immediately compensate. We can see also that desalination plants are protected by multi-layer defense systems. So these are robust systems and robust cybersecurity systems and strict contingency protocols. So we can see that also the region also maintains significant strategic water resources, reservoirs, and has the ability to reroute supply through interconnected networks. So while regional tension may create headlines, they have not translated into operational risk for the many GCC countries and water supply systems. And infrastructure, because the infrastructure is designed to withstand geopolitical shocks, and the current situation does not pose a major threat to water continuity. So, to sum up that, the GCC desalination system is built for stability, and residents can remain confident that the water supply will stay secure and uninterrupted, even if there is an interruption in the system. So they have an immune water supply system in most GCC countries.
It's positive to hear it's such critical infrastructure. Historically, Rabi, what factors have shaped the reliance on desalination? Clearly, we're in an arid region, but what in addition to that? And how's that supported growth across the region, do you think?
So over the years, the Gulf reliance on desalination is rooted in geography and also ambitions. So with limited natural freshwater resources and fast-growing population in the region, this region needed dependent on climate-proof solutions. And desalination offer exactly this solution, which is a technology that, as we said before, transform the abundant sources, which is the sea, into stable, high-quality water supply or potable water. And this reliability has been a cornerstone for the GCC economic and social development. It enabled the growth of major cities, supported industrial expansion, and ensured water security for millions of residents in the GCC countries. We can see also that the GCC has also turned desalination into a strategic advantage by adopting cutting-edge technologies, improving energy efficiency, and integrating renewable power. This has strengthened resilience and reduced operational risk and also operational cost in many instances. So I feel that even with regional tension, the desalination sector remains secure because its scale, diversifications, and robust protection measures ensure the water supply remains uninterrupted, protected ongoing growth and stability across most of the Gulf cities. So I think it is very, very secure.
Can I ask you a little bit about the way the system is structured? You mentioned in your answer to the first question, the robustness of the structure across the GCC. Let's take a scenario. How are authorities prepared to manage continuity? How does it work if a desalination facility faces disruption for whatever reason?
I think this is a big political question, but I'll try to simplify it from my knowledge. So the GCC has built very robust continuity framework to ensure water supply remains uninterrupted. So even if a single desalination facilities experience disruptions, because they are operated in a multi-plant across different locations, so they have several plants across many locations, so they don't have a centralized systems. And if one plant slows down, others can immediately increase output to balance the system. And in addition to that, so most countries in the region maintain strategic water reservoirs. So they have large storage facilities and aquifer recharge systems. And these systems provide, we can see, comfortable buffer during the operational challenges. And in addition to that, the water networks themselves are interconnected, so allowing supply to reroute quickly from one plant to another or from one distribution line to another. And in operational terms, we can see that they have contingency plans, and these including rapid response to maintenance system. They have backup power system for pumping stations, and they have strong cybersecurity protocols. So these measures are tested regularly to ensure readiness, because they have the facilities to do that. So the infrastructure is designed; it's also over-designed, to be honest, to withstand external shocks, and the authorities such as DEWA and SEWA remain fully prepared to maintain stable and reliable systems to cope with all circumstances. So we haven't witnessed over the years any interruptions at a large scale in the GCC countries.
No, I got to say, man, I've lived here for some time and I've never noticed a disruption. And it is the case at the moment. It's interesting, actually, because it's as though over-engineering is engineered into the system, which I guess is a contingency plan as much as anything. You mentioned the planning for contingencies there. And current tensions aside, life happens, things go wrong for whatever reason. There are a number of things that could happen, of course. But how robust are contingency plans in place for maintaining water security? I understand strong, but if you can go into a little bit more detail on how contingency planning works.
So we can see that, as I said, the infrastructure here are designed to be largely invisible. We will not see that as people and living, because even if one desalination plant experiences a disruption, households would still receive water at normal pressure because other plants can't increase production immediately. And even if in every building and in every villa and every house, they have storage tanks which are sufficient for 24 hours. So by their regulations, every building or every development, they must have a storage tank that can supply water to the community or to the house or the building for at least 24 hours. And they have also strategic storage reservoirs capable for holding for several days and several months of water. And this provides additional buffer. So I feel that these reservoirs are strategically located near urban cities, which guarantee rapid distribution. And so residents would notice very little if there is any disruption. Essential services such as hospital, emergency facilities, and other important key points and will not notice that because they have the priorities. And smart network, when they have smart monitoring systems and local pressure variations can be adjusted quickly and correctly. So most authorities such as DEWA or SEWA will maintain also strong communication channels to keep the public informed. Though disruptions rarely reach to the level that require public reactions, but our situations here, for example, during COVID and during the current situation, we feel that public listen to the announced by the governments, and so the water distribution system is built in a way that we will not feel any disruptions. So even during regional tensions, so the water supply infrastructure remain stable and I think fully capable of delivering uninterrupted service to all major cities in the region, especially here in the United Arab Emirates.
It has to be said, actually, the electricity and water authorities across the UAE are pretty good at communicating. You'd have to back up that, I think. In addition to geopolitical considerations, Rabi, what operational or environmental factors are being addressed to safeguard the desalination plants?
So now we are talking about two aspects here, operational and environment. In terms of operationally, plants are usually equipped with advanced monitoring systems that detect any abnormality early in the systems. And this allows teams to intervene before issues escalate in any plant. And they have regular maintenance cycles, and they have lots of backup power systems and strong cybersecurity defense systems, which further enhance the reliability of the water supply system in the regions. In terms of environmentality, as we can see, so many plants now use enhanced filtration systems and real-time water quality sensors. And these systems are flexible in terms of operational and adapt quickly to any changes in the marine conditions. And there are also some kind of investment in renewable power desalinations and energy efficient technologies that improve long-term sustainabilities. So these measures work all together to create a high resilience systems. So as I said before, even with the regional tension, the combination of strong operational systems and environmental preparation will remain secure and capable for delivering uninterrupted water supply.
How is climate change shaping long-term water security planning in the region, Rabi?
Okay, this is a big question, so we can spend chapters and books to answer this this question. So in simple terms, authorities are expanding desalination capacity using energy efficient and renewable power technologies, which do not only reduce emissions, but also strengthen the resilience against rising temperature and shifting weather patterns. And water also, in addition to that, water storage infrastructure is being upgraded to handle greater variability and large-scale aquifer recharge projects. So they have many recharge projects for creating long-term natural reservoirs. And they also have smart network systems which monitor consumptions, detect leaks, and optimize distribution, which ensure that every drop is used effectively. So they have the environmental priorities, and they have climate change adaptation in this region.
And also, I guess, strategies to diversify water sources as well, so that hopefully in the future we can, reduce our reliance on desalination.
Yes, so it's difficult to reduce desalination because due to the climate, but we have some major focus on expanding the use of treated wastewater, especially for agricultural use, landscaping, and industry. And this reduces pressure on desalination and ensure that high quality drinking water is reserved only for essential uses. So it's difficult to eliminate desalination at all because we don't have the natural water resources, despite the attempt of a cloud seeding. But the cloud seeding has both advantages and disadvantages. And we have another promising strategy in the region in the large aquifer discharge. And these aquifers are discharged using excess desalination water, which is stored underground during low demand period. So during your low water demand period, they discharge or they inject water into the ground as groundwater recharge projects. And this creates natural and long-term reservoir that can tap the need for the future if needed. And for example, during the rainfall events, so they have harvested storm water and they capture the water which is integrated into the new urban development to make better use of seasonal water. So they store water in tanks, for example, in Hatta project. So they have very large tanks that they can store, they can harvest storm water. And the region also investing in renewable power desalination plants. So they have solar-driven water production. And this solution diversify the water mix while supporting sustainability goals.
Just one more question. We've only a few minutes left. I'm wondering if I can get your thoughts on priorities looking ahead that we should be, or that governments in the region are addressing to further strengthen water security, but security across the region.
So now for water, we are talking about different routes. So we have production, and we have transmission, and we have use. And I think the next priority in accelerating the integration of smart and data-driven water management across the entire supply chain. And also, we need to improve the strong contingency systems. So the future lies in using real-time analytics to optimize the production, detect leaks, because in many places and in many old cities such as Riyadh, for example, leak has huge contribution to the water system. And we need to detect the leaks and forecast future demand with greater precision. So once we predict the demand, we can manage the operation and the productions. And I feel that this shift will allow authorities to fine-tune operations, reduce losses and reduce the leakages, and make even better use of existing infrastructure without expansions. And it also supports long-term sustainability by ensuring the unit of water and energy is used efficiently as maximum as possible.
And that's key, isn't it? I'm sitting thinking
I
of.
think these are the key. Optimization is a key, yes.
Yeah.
Because we need to optimize the energy, we need to optimize the resources.
And it's incumbent on all of us to do that, for businesses or individuals, wherever you are in the world, to be fair, not just this region, to conserve water, to not waste water.
So for businesses, you are meaning how businesses can support the sustainable water use in the region?
Well, I mean, it's for all of us to consider, isn't it? Whether we're in business or whether, you're brushing your teeth and the tap is still running while you're doing it. It's about conservation of a scarce resource.
So for individual and for people, we simply use that daily habits make a real difference, a meaningful difference. And using water efficiently and using water efficient fixtures, reducing outdoor water use, for example, in gardens and landscaping, and being mindful for consumption at home. And usually, especially in United Arab Emirates, public awareness campaigns have already shown that communities are eager to contribute even with the right tools and information. So usually people listen to the announcement by governments and respect the decision dictated by the governments.
This is true. Rabi Rustam is Professor of Water and Environmental Engineering at Heriot-Watt University in Dubai. Rabi, I appreciate your thoughts this morning. I feel like I've learned something as well. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, and have a good day. Thank you. Good day.
Appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
Good morning. It's 12 p.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Germany has lowered its economic growth outlook due to rising energy prices. Reports say growth is now expected at over 0.5% this year and around 1% next year. This follows last year's growth of about 0.2%. Analysts say that higher energy costs are reducing the household spending and increasing costs for businesses. Inflation is expected to rise to nearly 3% over the next 2 years. Experts say energy prices will continue to put pressure on the economy. Consumer prices rose in South Korea by over 2% last month, driven mainly by higher oil prices. The increase was linked to rising global energy costs amid ongoing tensions in the Middle East. Petroleum prices saw the biggest jump, with fuel costs rising sharply compared to last year. Core inflation, which excludes food and energy, also increased, showing broader price pressure in the economy. Elon Musk's company, SpaceX, has filed for a confidential IPO with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. If it goes public, SpaceX could be worth over $1 trillion, making it one of the biggest stock market debuts ever. Musk's stake could also make him the world's first trillionaire. The company hopes to raise $50 billion or more by selling shares and will soon meet investors to pitch the IPO. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at $66,900. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.38 Indian rupees, 76.22 Pakistani rupees, 33.48 Bangladeshi taka, 16.50 Philippine peso, 14.57 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.86 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.